année presentation.
Bien sûr, yes, but you have to give it. So good morning, everyone, and sorry about the huffle and shuffle. It's always fun on a Friday morning to have these kinds of exchanges. So thank you so much for making time to join our August panel this morning. As you know, it's a very important event because we're going to look at how sustainable trade and waste management can support climate mitigation through the addressing of plastic pollution. And this is hosted by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, or UNCTAD, in cooperation with the Secretariat of the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions, and the World Trade Organization. As you know, today over 430 million tons of plastic waste are produced every year worldwide. And to put this number into perspective, around the globe, 1 million plastic bottles are purchased every minute, while up to 5 trillion plastic bags are used worldwide every year. In total, half of all plastic produced is designed for single-use purposes, used once and then discarded. In recent years, plastic pollution's devastating impacts on biodiversity and human health have been widely recognized as a serious global environmental issue that urgently needs to be addressed globally. Microplastics, which is as a result of the breaking down of those plastics, and also which are added to other consumer products that we use, can now be found in our food, in our water, in the air we breathe, and recent research has shown that there is even plastics circulating in our blood and eventually entering our brains, and of course, in the case of pregnant women, into children, unborn babies as well. However, the impacts of plastic pollution does not end here, as the growing production of plastic materials and plastic waste contributes significantly to climate change, as plastics are mostly derived, in fact, more than 90% from fossil fuels. In 2019, plastics generated 1.8 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions, equivalent to 3.4% of global emissions. The challenge is, can we make a difference? Can we address, by working together with the climate agenda, in addressing the problem of plastic pollution? Today we're bringing together an interesting panel of colleagues from different perspectives so that we can explore this matter in depth. So I have, as the panelist today, Mr. Aaron Chigona. He's the Director General of the Environment Management Agency of Zimbabwe. Mr. Chigona, welcome. And then we also have Mr. Stephanie Bouzig Eshman, sorry, who's the Secretary General of the Fonds Français de l'Environnement Mondial, joining us as well from Paris. Then we also have Dr. Didacus Jules, Director General of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS. Welcome, sir. And then we have Dr. Vong Sok. He's the head of the Environment Division, Assistant Director of the Sustainable Development Direction, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN Secretariat. He's not around. Okay, sorry, he couldn't make it. And we have also Mr. Anis Nassar, who's the lead on the Circular Economy Innovation of the World Economic Forum. Sir, welcome. So we will start off and kick start. And of course, we have the august presence of Mr. Holim, who's the Director of Trade and Environment Division. With him, we work very closely, and he will, together with Ms. Chantal Lynn Charpentier, join us in the closing of this panel. And Ms. Chantal Charpentier is the head of the Trade, Environment, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development in UNCTAD. So without further ado, let us begin with our panel discussion. And I have a first question for Mr. Aaron Chigona. Mr. Chigona, Zimbabwe is a landlocked country located in Southeast Africa and facing challenges from impacts of plastic waste on its lakes and rivers from, among other things, abundant end-of-life fishing nets. Could you share with us the pilot actions that Zimbabwe, your country, has been taking to tackle sources of plastic waste, for example, through the introduction of non-plastic goods and services? Over to you, Mr. Chigona.
Thank you so much, Mr. Facilitator. I was going to be very productive if I was going to be able to show you some real things that are taking place in Zimbabwe. But I think I'll be able to share this presentation. I'm seeing that it's still in my outbox the minute I tried to forward it to our ICT desk there. The issue of plastic waste, I think we agree, like in your preamble, to say it's a challenge that is, if we are not proactive, we are likely going to get another disaster out of plastic. Why? We have realized that its production, its value chain, and its disposal, some of the methods that we are using to dispose it off, still continues to take pollution into the atmosphere. And that continues to increase our emissions in terms of our greenhouse gases. So working with the Norwegian government, ourselves and the Malawi, we were trying to see how best we can deal with the major plastic waste, which we think in our situation we're becoming to a point where if we're not proactive, we're going to have some challenges, especially in our aquatic systems. You know, like we are indicating, we are landlocked. We rely on rainfall to have our water bodies have enough water. The same water that we are talking about is where we have our fish, which we also breed most of it. But the way of harvesting those is through the use of nets, which we have realized that after the project, we realized to recover from one aquatic body, which is our major inlet, our inland lake, Kariba, which we share with Zambia. We managed to recover like 2.5 thousand tons of fishing nets. And these fishing nets, when we do a carbon dating of the edge, we realized that there was old as the dams slave which was put in place around 1950s. So you find some of these plastics are still stuck in the dam. But what we managed to recover is that we were able to reach out and also take out. But you remember, since we're in inland, erosion as it happens upstream, it comes into this body. Some of the plastics already buried now. But like you're indicating, it now gets into other forms of life where it is eaten by our fish, eaten by our crabs, digested into ourselves, and then it continues the cycles like that. We also tried to use the same project to find an intervention because we were aware that unless because our water bodies, that is one thing that we also realized, are associated with our tourism. That's where 3/4 of our tourists come and enjoy their lives there. So we seen that some contribution of the waste that we're seeing in the water bodies, especially Kariba, where the project was based, was also having plastics from these outlets, where you have your water bottles, your plastic straws, your spoons, your forks, you name them. So we realized that it was also good to introduce a deliberate drive around this, where we were now promoting the use of non-plastic material for both their beverages, as well as their cutlery, as well as even their offtake in terms of packaging. The pilot project is running. We were a bit affected by COVID, But we're happy that as the project winded up in June this year, we were still able to continue the project in terms of implementing some of the outstanding issues. So we are happy that as a country, we have taken a position through the Ministry of Environment, Climate and Wildlife, to say now we need to take this pilot project out of these 3 sectors, which were our retailers, our hotels, as well as our pilot project in Kariba. We are now saying all our inland bodies, in terms of fishing nets, we need to expand because these bodies are run by government institutions. So we have already started the process of saying we want to replicate the same project using our own resources, hoping that we will be having a good intervention in terms of reducing plastic waste. I'm not sure how much time I was given, but I can continue. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chigona. And in fact, he was very modest. He didn't mention that Zimbabwe hosts one of the most beautiful waterfalls in the world, which rivals Niagara Falls, I would say, the Victoria Falls. And on the Zambezi River, this is a river which is very important for the survival of the countries in that region. And of course, there we have both transboundary movement of the plastics throughout the different countries. So the efforts being done by Zimbabwe is very, very important in that respect. And of course, when we talk about trade, he mentioned tourism. And of course, tourism is an important service that supports the economies of those countries. So again, I'm drawing the links. And of course, the link with climate change, obviously, we've had serious problems with rainfall and drought. And all of this is exacerbated, of course, by poor management of also the water resources, which has an impact on the availability of water resources in that region. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next second panel, which is Stephanie from the FFAM. You have the floor. We can get your microphone.
Thank you.
Okay, the question I want to ask you is, as a funding agency, what is the strategic vision of FFAM with regards to addressing plastic pollution and plastic waste, especially in countries such as Zimbabwe?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this side event. Good evening and good morning, sorry, and good evening, good afternoon, maybe for those of you abroad. Yes, it's really interesting to speak after this example in Zimbabwe. So for those of you who don't know what is the French Facility for Global Environment, we are a public fund funded and created by the French government in 1994 after the Rio Summit. And we co-finance projects, innovative pilot projects for preservation of environment and development in developing countries. Our focus is on innovation, but we are not searching for innovation. We are trying to promote new solutions, to test new solutions, and then to learn the lessons from these experiences and share them, share good practices, share lessons learned, and try to scale up the good solutions. We are working on almost all components of the environmental crisis, and in particular climate, but not only, also biodiversity, land degradation, international waters, and pollutants. And our vision is that there is a clear linkage between these components of the environmental crisis. And in particular for climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollutions. And the linkage in that is the human activities. So this panel on the plastic is really important because, as you mentioned already, plastic is really a good example of a product that finally we probably don't need as such a scale, that is providing or contributing to the climate change with the emissions, that is polluting massively with a massive issue of health for the ecosystems and public human health. So we have to deal with it. And this is really our vision to promote projects that integrate the full components of this environmental crisis, and in particular, climate, biodiversity, and pollution, and consequently land degradation and/or aquatic degradation, ocean degradation. So on the plastic, as for any pollutants, our vision is to, our strategy, let's say, is to start with reduction at the source. So that's really important for us. That's the first parameter that is a no-go parameter, let's say. And second, we can also promote ecologically sound management of plastic wastes. This is really important to start with the reduction at the source by changing practices, promoting alternatives to plastics. We are financing currently 5 projects over plastic, and we are appraising 2 more over a portfolio of 120 projects. It might appear very low. First, we are not financing only projects in over pollutions, but also biodiversity, adaptation, forests, and so on. So that's one of the reasons. But the other reason is that we don't receive so much proposal with a real component on reduction. A lot of projects are dealing with downstream issue, and this is a major one, but if you don't stop the production, don't stop at the source, it's just going to last and last. So we try to promote these projects with a component on reduction. So for instance, we are working with Costa Rican authorities and UNDP on a project on, let's say, change of use, in particular in the distribution and the packaging sectors, which are very, very consumer of plastic. We are also working with the Secretariat of the BRS Convention on Senegal and the Cabo Verde project, where we aim at reinforcing the local authorities for the management and the control of the transboundary circulation, let's say, of these wastes, and the sound management of these wastes in these countries where the needs for these infrastructures and these practices of sound management is really important. We have also another example that maybe echoes to the example of Zimbabwe. In the Tunisian island of Kerkena, so in the Mediterranean Sea, where fishermen are using plastic nets for fish practices. Actually, these nets, plastic nets, are quite recent use. Before, it wasn't made with plastic. And a startup created a specific plant to transform the plastic in fuel. So this fuel is used by the municipality to collect the waste on the islands. But the idea is not to use this technique in a long-term perspective, but really to change the practices of the fishermen. And then once there won't be any more plastic in this area, the machine would be removed to another island to be used in another island. So at the same time, there is an NGO working with the fishermen to change the practices and go back to alternatives to plastic nets. And finally, I would like to mention another project that is not related to plastic, but just to show that we can also promote value chains without plastic, even though it's not the core purpose of the project. So for instance, we have projects where we promote the use of natural fibers for fashion. And on this project, for example, we are working with NGOs and with a luxury brand to develop a natural fiber value chain that is very important for this brand, but also very important for population. It's providing a lot of revenues, and it's providing an idea of trade in a sector, fashion, that is very, very much consumer of plastic, and frankly, probably with no need, because we have so many alternatives to plastic in this sector in particular that we could change this practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. What you said is so interesting, and I just wanted to probe a little bit. Because when you were speaking, I remember in Seychelles many years ago, we had a law that actually banned the metal. It was metal at the time, metal nets and metal thing, because they were destructive to the environment and to the coral reefs. And this, because traditionally we use bamboo to make the nets and to make everything. But the problem happened is, on the other hand, the industry, the people that were making bamboo, using bamboo, grew old and passed away, and this was not passed on. So I want to draw this to what extent does the FFAM, being an environmental agency, go into the actual developing of the trade around, those sustainable materials and sustainable alternatives. To what extent have you been successful in doing this? Maybe you can expand a little bit for our viewers here.
I think, unfortunately, we're maybe a little too early to answer correctly, and in particular because, again, with this project I mentioned, the purpose wasn't the plastic. It's just that, as I try to draw the lines between the subjects, and as I told you, we try to work on a very, very much integrated approach, and it at some time it made sense, but it wasn't designed on this purpose. It's just that we can use so many other natural fibers. Cotton, linen, and so on and so on and so on. Yeah. And frankly, sorry, I've forgotten the number, but I've read that plastic use in fashion is really massive, and it's one of the sector where it's more or less easy, let's say, to remove plastic. It won't be easy in all sectors, it's for sure. But at least in the ones it's easy, we should do it. And when we see the massive pollution it generates in Ghana or Nigeria or other countries where we have these fast fashion wastes coming into the market and just ending on garbages. And so we really need to work at least quickly where we can change it. And you're right, we need to go back to practices like the fishermen nets in Tunisia. We need to convince people to go back to alternatives, and maybe the word I use is not the right one, not to go back, because they usually feel bad going back.
Yes.
It's the same in building, also eco-building, that we also discussed a lot in the scope. It's important to find alternatives, and some of these alternatives are inspired by the past practices, because these practices were just logical.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you. And of course, we have Dr. Jules, who's with us, Director General of the OECS Caribbean States, and a person with a lot of experience in small islands and in the Caribbean. So what can you tell us from the perspective of Caribbean states? How have they addressed the issue of plastic pollution, both in the ocean and on land? And I know, for one thing, is you have a huge cruise ship, for example, and tourism industry going on there, and which actually creates a big challenge for the countries there in managing of their waste. So can you explore that topic a little bit for us? Thank you.
Sure. But I want to pick up on what our colleague just said, because while she was speaking, I was reflecting that sometimes the biggest innovations come as unintended consequences of a very deep search for solutions. And in fact, while you mentioned that in the fashion industry, plastic is used to a much larger extent than people realize, the reality is that there is a need for recycling even of cloth and textiles in the clothing, the fashion industry. So everything in many ways are related to everything else. And just to put it in context, because our moderator spoke about the OECS, the Caribbean as small island developing states, we are highly dependent on natural resources for economic growth, development, and well-being. And in fact, our main economic basis, including tourism, and especially tourism, has been a major factor in the pollution effect, especially in relation to plastics. So many of our waste and pollution issues are transboundary, which means that poor control and management in one country kind of negatively affect neighboring countries. And we see that particularly in the arena of plastics, because once plastic pollution on land inevitably ends up in the sea. As small island states, we are also big ocean states. So whatever pollutes the land gets washed into the sea, it affects the entire ecosystem. Now, while strides have been made, and in general with support from the World Bank since the mid-1990s, the OECS countries have solid waste management systems and some infrastructure, but there is very little source separation or collection of recyclables. So no readily accessible local markets for recycled product waste, inadequate policies and legislation and facilities for treating with wastewater from both land and sea-based, marine-based sources. And the cost of managing waste in these small economies is exorbitant if you look at it on a per capita basis. I would say, strangely enough, notwithstanding all what I've outlined, the biggest challenge for us in the context of each insular space is the mindset. Because we still see, despite all of the awareness work done by governments and NGOs and the efforts made at collection, the problem of collection at source largely is a mind thing, because people still, you see vehicles passing along the roadside and they will toss bottles out of the window. And there is literally nowhere in the Caribbean that I go, I like hiking, that I go hiking, even in the most pristine environments where you don't see unexpected bottles, plastic waste lying in the most pristine environments. So the past few decades, we've seen all of this increasing. And in fact, there was a very interesting article by a Caribbean lady, Wing Chow, in 2019. She writes for Forbes magazine. And she said that of the top 30 global polluters per capita, 10 of them are in the Caribbean, including Anguilla, Antigua and Barbuda, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, and St. Lucia. And of course, we can see the relationship with that. In terms of what we've done about it, first of all, building awareness on issues, but as I said, there's a long way to go still in changing mindsets, because it's not enough to just have ads on TV and constantly bringing across the message. What is beginning to happen is that, especially in the education system, students are being involved in the collection of waste to sensitize their communities and so on. And people are often amazed when these cleanups are done at the extent of the plastic, the volume of plastic and other waste collected. The second is strengthening through enabling through policy and legislation enhancement. So there's a ban on single-use plastic containers. A number of our governments have approved bans on certain types of single-use plastics. In fact, all 7 protocol member states of the OECS, Antigua, Dominica, Grenada, Montserrat, St. Kitts, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent, have enacted bans of varying effectiveness on single-use plastics. But the thing is, legislating it is one thing, but enforcement is another challenge. Then the other area is building capacity through training and provision of equipment to support waste separation and diversion. So that is where the rubber hits the road, because the actual collection of that and the separation. And we've made efforts to, because of, again, the question of scale and size, each country cannot afford to have its own recycling plant. So we've looked at the possibility of aggregating the processing in one particular country. In fact, in Martinique, the French built a very big recycling plant, but it turns out that the type of plastic that we have, the nature of that plant was unable to recycle the plastic. So in a way, one has to understand the dynamics of and I guess only through proper research, by analyzing the sources of the largest quantum of plastic waste, that you can find solutions to that. And then notably, the lack of readily accessible markets for plastic waste, the cost of export of that waste, and the low market price of plastics have been challenges for us to address. Third area is engaging in cleanup and restoration activities. And I mentioned the efforts being made in the education system. But at the OECS level, we've had a project called Replas, trying to develop a model for plastic waste separation, collection, treatment, and recycling. And there have been, while several of these pilots have been successful, unfortunately, many of them have not been sustainable post the project due to a lack of the supporting institutional and regulatory environments, or including sustainable financing mechanisms. And as I mentioned, the cost of export was challenging. So the business viability of recycling in these small states is a huge challenge. Now, with this in mind, and with support of the European Union, the OECS, in collaboration with the French Development Agency, the AFD, has more recently launched another initiative which we call Recycle OECS, which seeks to develop an OECS model, taking into account the peculiarities of size and scale, a model that considers a regional approach that is self-financing, sustainable, and viable as a viable business. The development of that model is meant to be iterative, based on lessons learned through the demonstrations and any new information. And lastly, what we've spoken about is that there should be 5 pillars to that model. A technical pillar that looks at the logistics for waste separation, collection, etc. An economic pillar that builds a business plan based on the technical aspects for full cost accounting. A financial pillar that identifies options for sources of sustainable financing and defines a sustainable financing plan for the system. Institutional and regulatory pillar that assesses the institutional and regulatory environment and adapts accordingly to facilitate the previously mentioned pillars. And lastly, a communications dimension, ongoing communications and engagement to facilitate behavioral change. So this is the model that we're striving to put in place, and we by analyzing it very carefully, we hope that we can get where we need to get in managing those plastic.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive overview. I just want to, in view of time, just to pull out your example of the recycling plant, because it resonates to many examples I've seen around the world. And of course, it brings to attention the issue of technology transfer and knowledge transfer and service transfer. And we see it very prominent in, for example, in the small island states that you described. And in fact, we at the BR has been working with the Global Environment Facility to develop a project with the cruise ships. If you remember, in the 1970s or 60s, Maldives was one of the countries who told the travelers coming in by plane to take back their waste, for the simple reason they didn't have anywhere to put them. And we have the same problem in the islands. We have nowhere to put them. But after a while they forgot it because nobody picked it up, and now everybody travels around the world and dump their waste in their country of destination. And we are telling the cruise ships that today there is technology available to compress, to sort, compress, and send those waste back to the source. And since they carry food and all sorts of things on the cruise ship, they can carry the waste back. So this is the kind of thinking. But on the island itself, looking at the tourism, for example, the amount of water bottles they use, the amount of solar tanning, solar whatever creams that they use, all this add up to the vast problem of waste management on the islands. And I think there is a role for technology to play here. But of course, the best available technology, but of course the most appropriate technology. And coming back to your point about ensuring that we do the proper research to understand what are the different types of plastics, whether this recycling plant can actually deal with this kind of plastic. So thank you. I just wanted to pick this out for us to focus on as well as part of the trade and climate discussions, because I think this is a very important link.
Yeah. If I can just add, it's not just trade in the sense of the exchange of goods and services, but also for us to think differently about our development model, because we heard earlier from the presentations made the use of bamboo, for example, and in the fishing gear. These are traditions that we've lost, but they're very sustainable. On the cruise ship front, that is a huge area that needs very careful research, because I just discovered recently some statistics that suggest 3 cruise ships in one of our harbors in the course of a 2 or 3 day span emit as much carbon as the entire island generates in 2 or 3 months.
Yes.
Now, again, here are opportunities, because when the cruise ships are docked, they keep their generators running. Now, can they then plug into our national grids, especially if we transition those grids from fossil fuel use to solar and other green energy? That means that it makes our energy grid more efficient, more economically viable, and at the same time reduces the impact on the environment.
Excellent point. Excellent point. Of course, I have the pleasure of Mr. Anis Nasser from the World Economic Forum, and I know the World Economic Forum has been very active and even working with us and other organizations on this issue. So my question for you is, from your perspective, the World Economic Forum has been engaged in various actions on carbon emissions, trade facilitation, plastics, and climate change. What role do you think the sustainable trade can play in tackling those global challenges that we have, especially plastic waste?
Thank you for the question, and I'll start by thanking UNCTAD, WTO, the Trade House, BRS for hosting us today, but also for their leadership in understanding how trade can solve these issues and help alleviate them, and also for the partnership with the World Economic Forum, as you were mentioning. I think in terms of context, we're coming out of decades where we thought plastic was the solution to everything. And look at us right now, we're wearing plastics, we're sitting on plastics, we're surrounded by plastics, and we're talking about the problem of plastic pollution, right? So it's a bit of a stock take to understand how we're going to come out of this mindset that plastic is the solution to everything. And now we're paying the cost of having thought that this was the solution. And I'll echo some of the points that you made, Rolf, on this cost. There's a cost on nature. I think we all have these images in mind, and you were mentioning when you go hiking and you see plastics in the environment, we see it in the ocean, it's very visible and obvious. I think it's almost emotional for many of us now to see it like that. There's a cost on climate. You mentioned 3.4%. That's more than the whole aviation sector. There's a cost on health. I was stricken last year when I read this study that 80% of the people tested had microplastics in their blood, in their brain, fishes as well. So now is the time to pay the price, it's the time to change our mindset, and it's the time to manage our plastic waste well. And when I talk about managing plastic waste, I want to make sure that everyone understands that this is a priority that comes later down the line. The biggest priority is to diminish our use of plastic waste, is to substitute our use of plastic when we can, but there will still be plastic waste and we need to manage it. At the World Economic Forum, we have several efforts, such as the Global Plastic Action Partnership, where we're now present in 15 developing countries, working with the Ministries of Environment to try and address their own plastic waste issues. We have Climate Trade Zero that you mentioned. And I think some of the things that we're learning, and I think I will echo one of the points you were making, is given the transboundary nature of plastic production, of plastic consumption, and of plastic pollution, it is very clear that trade has to be part of the solution. So what do we do about it? In 2021, the forum has started different pilot projects, first in Ghana, then in South Africa, then in Panama, to try and understand how we can eliminate these plastic pollution issues and increase the circularity of plastics. We work together with the Ministries of Environment, the Ministries of Trade, and already I have to say bringing these two groups together is extremely helpful because they tend to be siloed. Their policies are not always in synergy. Sometimes they're even competing. So getting these together has been very helpful. We also participate in the WTO's dialogue on plastic pollution. I also want to thank the WTO for the leadership there. And what we learned, I think one of the main learnings is first, there is absolutely no one-size-fits-all in terms of using trade to alleviate plastic pollution issues. Every country is under different circumstances, different regional circumstances. Some are landlocked, some are in oceans. I mean, everything is different country by country. And so we need to look at every case differently, which makes it complex, of course. There are still two big buckets of areas I'd like to talk about for the role of trade. First, border measures. There is an immense need of capacity building of border states and custom officials so that we can start being more careful and thoughtful on how we use trade. Any policy that we will want to implement will rely on the robustness of our borders. And only with robust customs can trade facilitation for responsible, and the key word here is responsible trade, become possible. Because this trade is necessary. I mean, we were talking about small developed island states before. Many of them will not have recycling capacities on their own land, and so we need to facilitate this necessary trade. But this will only be possible with robust and well-trained borders, also taking into account the future state that we're trying to get to, which has to take into account refill, reuse, more recycled plastics. Then the second bucket I want to talk about is trade promotion. Once we're able to discriminate with strong borders, we can help enhance market access for all of the re-plastics, so the reuse, refillable, and so on, for the waste management services, and most importantly, for the alternatives and substitutes to plastics. Also, I want to thank UNCTAD for their leadership on understanding the importance of substitutes for plastic. I think there was a pivotal report that was released earlier this year. It was very helpful for our work. So how can this translate? What are we talking about when we talk about trade promotion? So first, very technically, looking at the HS codes and making sure that they reflect really the circularity of the different goods that we have, harmonizing definitions and standards around circular plastics and non-plastics, and using regional and trade agreement blocks to facilitate the trade of substitutions and lower footprint materials. I think there's some great promise here on the African continental free trade, for example, area. So these would be, I think, the two big buckets. And I'll end by giving a bit of an example of how it can come to life. So at the World Economic Forum, I mean, we're all aware of the Basel Convention. It's a very useful multilateral environmental agreement to curb illegal trade in harmful plastic waste. With the Basel Convention, it requires countries to provide what we call PIC, the prior informed consent, for countries where plastics will transit on and countries where it will land in. This process is now all in paper for many countries. I mean, the first time I learned this, I was like, how is this even possible that customs officials have to write things in paper, send it? So this creates, of course, an immense administrative burden for the customs official who cannot focus on other things. These big process will include plastic waste and e-waste as of 2025, and this is going to be creating a massive administrative burden. So we are working with Asia Pacific and small island developed states so that we're trying to create a pilot to have a digital PIC process, which we call an e-PIC, that would allow facilitation of this trade from these countries that need to ship them out. And we're very clear that this has to be a one-way flow. It's only from countries, small developed island states, that do not have the capacity for them to be able to ship to Australia, which does have the capacity. So these are examples on how trade can facilitate and alleviate these issues. So just to conclude, I think the type of issues that we're facing are so interconnected, so broad. They're very transboundary by nature. And so now is really the time to think about a whole range of solutions, and trade has to be one of them.
Thank you so much, and thank you for unpacking the Basel Convention on my behalf. Of course, in view of time, I didn't go into the details, and certainly the work on the EPIC is a very, very important one, and the COP has mandated that this work continues. So it's really excellent work, because at the end of the day, we are living in a digital age and entering into an AI age. So I think we can leverage those technologies to better help us to communicate better and also to exchange information better. And in fact, I was told by one of my staff who was attending the World Customs Union meeting that we've passed the first hurdle, and that's a very complex process, as you know, in actually dealing with plastics in the HS code. So So it's going to be a long process. We cannot promise anything, but I think there is commitment there from the member states who are in the International Customs Organization, who understand the complexity of the issue, and work is in progress. So for me, this was fantastic news, because although it is slow, we are making progress. And thank you for highlighting the global transboundary aspects. And of course, in there, I won't hesitate to mention the circular aspects of this, because like I always say, trade is moving one way. We need to make it move two ways. And for me, that's a very important underpinning to making circular economy work. And obviously, as you all know, time is of essence. We have a limited time. And we've tried to unpack as much as we can in 45 minutes. It's impossible. As you know, this conversation can go on for days, really unpacking climate change, trade, and the plastics issue. But of course, I have two distinguished guests with us, Holim and Anne. And please, I'm giving you the final words. What are our takeaway messages from this session? So, Ho, I'll start with you.
Thanks very much, Ralph, and thanks very much to the speakers. It's been such a great panel. I also got Ralph's to be short warning. Don't speak too long. So I'll try to do that. Now, let me try. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to unpack, but what comes to my mind, at least, is that there are two things going on here. One is the substance of what we're trying to deal with, addressing plastics pollution, and the other is the international policy process and coordination that's required. On the substance front, and if I take a look at it from an economics or the economist perspective, which is what I am, it's we're dealing with a problem of market failure. And why market failure? Because the price of plastics is too cheap. I mean, and that's why it's so readily used as the alternative or the material for everything. Okay. So the question here for trade is a difficult but also a very promising one, because trade is a force multiplier, whatever it is. If you have market failures in all markets and then you put trade on top of it, it compounds the problem. That's the reality, you know. And we can do things on trade that can help, but we need to deal with the market failure issue. So that market failure issue means internalizing the environmental externalities caused by plastics, which means, in fact, finding a better way to have better pricing on plastics. And here, trade policy can help. I mean, it's not the only instrument, not the main instrument, but you can think about how trade policy can help to address that market failure. Because among the trade policy tools and toolkits, there are things like subsidies, for instance. So if we can address environmentally harmful subsidies, trade distortive subsidies through trade policy, that would have been quite a powerful way to address one part of the market failure. And WTO at the COP launched a trade policy toolkit for climate action, and you have things like subsidies as part of it. Tariffs was also mentioned as another area to look at. And here again, we can look at the balance between tariffs on plastics and all its forms, be it as feedstocks to trade in actual goods containing plastics, versus substitutes. And I think my colleagues would agree, the ones who've done the research on this, is that we find things are very imbalanced, that tariffs on substitutes tend to be higher, tariffs on plastics tends to be lower. Again, it gives a strong market signal to use more plastics and less substitutes. So if we can address this, again, a very strong indicator. There are many other things, but I'll stop there. And then on international policy coordination and process, it's one of these areas where WTO and its members have actually been at the forefront for quite a while. Actually, they created the dialogues on plastics pollution and sustainable plastics trade before the UNEA decision to negotiate the treaty on plastics. So the potential for better international policy coordination is very high here, and we continue to work very closely with the members in both processes, in the WTO process and in the UNEA process. And we have an opportunity here to, in a way, correct some of the difficulties we found in the past, where you have a multilateral environmental agreement negotiation going in one track and the trade agreements on another track. you have an opportunity to bring these things closer together. And one excellent opportunity is next year. We will have the Ministerial Conference 13 here in Abu Dhabi. The 6th UNEA conference is also happening at the same time. So through the international policy discussion and process that you're all engaged in, I think we can bring the trade and environment communities much closer together to address this joint objective of combating plastics pollution. There was much more detail that I could have offered you on the dialogue on plastics pollution, but I think I'll forego that and then pass on to Chantaline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chantal.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be with you, and thank you all our panelists for all the insights. If you have not noticed, you are in a trade house, so I want to thank Anis for mentioning all the trade-related issues, because and these are massive issues, and they're systemic problem, and therefore none of us can solve these problems alone. So only by coming together and co-creating the solution can we advance. And this is why the WTO, UNCTAD, ITC, and ICC have decided to come together to offer the space to look at the linkages between trade and these environmental issues, and including climate change. But we insist at UNCTAD it's not just trade and climate change. We're not going to go anywhere if we just focus on trade and environment. It has to be also SDGs and the environment. We need to stack the E and the S. Because if you push hard on the environment without addressing the social issues, we will have a backlash, and we will not be able to have the right policies in place. My colleague have mentioned how important plastic is, and representing 3.4% of global emissions, and it's 90% related to fossil fuels. We all know that fossil fuel is subsidized at $1 trillion this year, and therefore we can't talk about a level playing field in this area. So unless we address that, and Echo, you mentioned that, it's not going to happen. But also, there's another imbalance between plastic and non-plastic substitute and natural basis. It's non-tariff measures as well. It's not the tariff, only the tariff. Non-tariff measure, there's a lot of seaweed alternative that actually they could be substituting for plastic in trade of goods, and especially in food. But they basically are facing the same restriction in SPS as the others, while plastic doesn't. So addressing all of these issues is very important. We also estimated that global plastic trade at all levels of the value chain has reached a record of 1.2 trillion in 2021, because UNCTAD basically created a database to look at these issues. And then we used the HS code to document what are the alternative, non-plastic natural alternative, and we estimated plastic substitute and alternative could reduce plastic pollution by 17% that we have right now. So that's reducing at the source, as you were saying, Stephanie. While creating job, economic development, rural development in the area where they have a competitive advantage, which often is in developing countries. We're very happy at UNCTAD to see that there's a separate reference to plastic alternative and non-plastic substitute as one of the complementary responses to curb plastics production and consumption in the INC3 Zero Draft, and in the report of the WTO Dialogue Plastics Pollution that is for the upcoming MC13. The market for non-plastic substitute, we've estimated, is $388 billion. $388 billion. That's not insignificant when we are in a fiscal constraint space for a lot of developing countries. And these include biodegradable, compostable, recyclable material, and alternative for agricultural products, production and trade, such as textile, construction, food and beverage sectors. And including the discarding of the fishing gear and the fishing nets. Basically, one of the things that was also mentioned, I'd like to mention, is this custom and pre-agreements on these we've already doing it. So UNCTAD has 100 Asikuda projects, so the modernized custom, and we're working with CITES to train the custom agent to ensure that basically the custom agent can distinguish between an endangered species and the other ones. You can speed up the process. Something similar could be done now with, as you were mentioning, the pilots. Would be happy to join on this EPIC thing. Because those are basically modernized customs where you can pre-clear all the goods and then reducing CO2 emission because you don't have to wait at the border on top of it. Then the idea of technology, affordable, reliable technologies. So looking at voluntary scheme for royal-free licensing of patented product, a protected critical green technology is very important. Don't worry, I'm closing. And so so basically at UNCTAD, we feel that we support the development of zero plastic ocean economy and trade strategies, and we invite all of you to the Ocean Forum that we will host in January, February 2025, ahead of the Fifth Ocean Conference, where we will put all of these issues into the blue economy basket. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chantal. And of course, this was a fantastic panel, and they're already talking about cooperation. And this is one of the things I love with the outcomes of some of these panels. And of course, I'm inspired by some of the ideas here. And half of the panel, well, three-quarters of the panel are based in Geneva. So I'm looking forward to some coffee and some exchanges. And of course, we have an OECS office in Geneva as well, so we'll be cooperating. And we have a mission of Zimbabwe as well in Geneva, except for our good friend FFAM, but that's a nice trip to Paris. It's a nice trip to Paris of 3 hours, so that's also nice. But excellent session, guys. I don't know how you felt, but thank you so much. And of course, we were joined online as well by colleagues. So thank you so much for making time. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, but I hope we've been able to touch that tip of the iceberg. And there's so much to unpack and so much of work that we need to do through cooperation. And as been said before, we cannot do it alone. We have to cooperate, we have to work together, and we have to bring in the other sectors. And as I always say, my famous word is break all those silos. Let's work together. Let's solve this global problem of plastic pollution by being innovative, by creating positive forces, positive incentive, positive, subsidies, let's call it that way, to really solve this global challenge that we have before us. So thank you so much to all our panel members for making time this morning. Thank you so much for the organizers and everybody behind the scenes, managing the streaming and everything. And have a great day. Thank you so much.
Okay, good morning, everybody. We know there's a very tight schedule in these events. I don't want to prolong things. My name is Richard Kozel-Wright. I'm the director of the Division on Globalization and Development Strategies at UNCTAD. So welcome, everybody. We have a great panel, and Avinash will be 10 minutes late because he has a panel that finishes at midday, so he's going to join us shortly. I just wanted to really just to flag before I give the mic to Avantika. I'm just going to flag the reports that we are circulating here. We over the course of the last couple of months, we've produced 3 reports in collaboration with the G77 and Third World Network on issues that we think are already key and will become all the more important in the subsequent COP discussions. The first one was on loss and damage, which is a process that's already in train, and we presented our take on what was required for an effective and fair loss and damage fund. I think it's still relevant, although there are elements of what has been agreed to that are not quite in line with what we proposed, but I think that's a useful discussion to continue. The other 2 papers are on the new collective quantitative goal, which will be the big discussion at the next COP, and also a discussion on 2.1c on the relationship between public and private finance. So we're circulating some of them. All the papers are online. I guess when I listened to the Finance Day and the heads of agencies that presented a couple of days ago, there were kind of 2 interesting visions in a way. Mahmoud Mouladeen, who was the COP champion for Sharm el-Sheikh, and an important advocate of trying to boost the role of multilateral development banks. His kind of image revolved around a system, international financial system that he described as inefficient, insufficient, and unfair, were the 3 terms that he used to describe the current system. And of course the preferred language of heads of agencies that I'm sure you all heard was they were becoming bigger, better, and bolder was the 3 terms that they used. And they described some of the ways in which they thought the system was moving in that direction. I mean, a lot of the work that we've done in UNCTAD in the Trade and Development Report and other places suggests that we're still very much in a system that is inefficient, insufficient, and unfair, and that the papers that we present are an attempt to move the needle in, I think, a direction that is more conducive to the challenges that developing countries continue to face when it comes to financing issues across the board. So we will have a press conference this afternoon on those papers. They're not launched; they're already available on the internet. But we will have a press conference this afternoon to kind of present them to the press here. So please take a look at them. I think they're still timely. I think they're still relevant. I think they have a very strong development perspective on the challenge that was missing from a lot of the discussion that I heard a couple of days ago, and so I do think they're relevant to kind of moving the narrative in a way that is more favorable to developing countries. So I'm going to stop there. I'm not going to waffle on for much longer. I'm going to give it to Avantika, who's going to be the moderator for the discussion today.
Thank you, Richard, for setting the context on behalf of UNCTAD. I hope I'm audible to everybody. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Avantika Goswami from the Center for Science and Environment, New Delhi. And thank you to UNCTAD for hosting this wonderful discussion. We have some great panelists lined up today. One of them is going to be joining us shortly. The purpose for organizing this discussion essentially rallies around the fact that we're living in a complicated moment where we're reckoning with the consequences of not addressing the climate crisis urgently enough. Developing countries in particular are facing a multi-pronged crisis. The after effects of the global pandemic, high inflation rates, the subsequent difficulties with servicing external debt, as well as bearing the brunt of the climate crisis in the form of climate impacts. So the global south is being battered from all sides. There's tremendous pressure on governments of developing countries today to act fast, decarbonize their economies, capture some aspect or some part of the global green supply chain. But the governments of developing countries are also hugely constrained financially. At the center of this is the issue of debt. Low and middle income countries are going through a debt crisis today and are servicing their debt with huge chunks of their government revenue, leaving them with very little to invest in climate or development. This isn't just a problem being faced by low-income countries. Middle-income countries, as Richard pointed out in a recent conversation, are also at the center of this crisis. In its updated NDC last year, Egypt actually mentioned that its foreign external debt is too large and it's limiting its fiscal space to be able to invest further in climate action. So what we are seeing today is that the debt burden is actually hindering climate ambition of developing countries. On the other hand, we're also seeing within trade and industrial policy, we're seeing developed economies giving out large subsidies to their domestic industries to grow new green technologies. And this is also something that developing countries will find it a challenge to keep up with. They don't have the deep wallets to give out subsidies of the same scale. They're also facing the possibility of carbon border adjustments, which many do believe go against the principles of climate justice and CBDR. So amidst these challenges, today's panel will reflect on a way forward for development and climate ambition within an accelerating green technology race. So without further delay, I'll turn to our panel and dive right into the conversation. So I'll come first to Fadel Kaboub. Fadel is an economist and president of the Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity. He's also a member of the Independent Expert Group on Just Transition and Development and is an advisor with PowerShift Africa. So Fadel, we're in a transitional moment, but developing countries could use this to not only grow further on a low carbon trajectory, but could also benefit from this new global green economy. Would you share some perspectives on this?
Absolutely. Thank you all for being here and for setting up this, this panel. I'll start by focusing on what Richard mentioned a minute ago, which is development, right? Before we get to climate. We're talking about countries that don't have the fiscal policy space to deal with climate or health or education and a plethora of problems that we have. And the source of that constraint is the external debt burden that we carried for decades. And external debt is important, but it's a symptom of deeper structural issues. And you can summarize those structural issues in three core areas. Number one, energy deficits. Number two, food deficits. And number three, manufacturing deficits. And when I say energy deficits, I include countries like Mexico, countries like Nigeria, our biggest exporter of fossil fuels in Africa. Nigeria imports 100% of its gasoline today, not by accident, by design. Right? Gasoline that is illegal to sell in Europe, actually. When I talk about food deficits, UNCTAD tells us that Africa as a continent imports 85% of its food, not by accident, by design. What is the design? The rules of international trade, investment, and financial architecture and taxation architecture that put us in this position, even though we used to be the breadbasket of the world during colonial times. And number three, the manufacturing deficit that I talk about is the role that was imposed on the global south in general, which is either extractive industries with no value added or manufacturing that is assembly line manufacturing, where you have to import the machinery, you have to import the fuel to power the factories, you have to import the intermediate components to assemble, and even the packaging, you have to import it. So you race to the bottom with low-cost labor, and what you produce for export is low value added, and what you import is high value added content. So you can double, triple, quadruple your trade and your exports, you're still locked at the bottom of the value chain. So these three structural deficits create a structural trade deficit, which means it weakens your currency relative to the dollar, to the euro. And with the weaker currency, as you know, anything I need to buy the next morning, food, fuel, medicine, is going to cost me more. I'm literally importing inflation. And that puts our governments immediately in a defensive position doing a couple of things. We subsidize food and fuel to protect the most vulnerable, and that becomes unsustainable after decades. And number two, we ask our central bankers to please stabilize the exchange rate. How do you do it? Borrow more dollars in euros and accelerate the debt trap. So the solution is right there at the roots of these problems. And that's why I say we have to be radicals in the literal sense of the term in our approach. Radical meaning going to the roots of the problem, right? The roots are energy, food, and manufacturing deficits. So our solutions, coincidentally, are economic solutions, but also climate solutions. So you invest in food sovereignty and agroecology. That's a debt solution, that's a development solution, it's also a climate solution. You invest in renewable energy sovereignty, that's also an economic transformation solution and a climate solution. And you invest in a kind of manufacturing that allows us to escape the bottom of the global value chain and to leverage our resources and capabilities in the global south to focus on the economy of the future, the high value added economy of the future, which is our resources in the global south, the strategic minerals. Not to process and manufacture for export, but to manufacture the renewable energy infrastructure to deploy in the global south, in Africa in particular, to serve the 600 million people who have no access to electricity as we speak, to manufacture and deploy the clean cooking technology and infrastructure to serve the 970 million people in Africa who are inhaling toxic fumes on a daily basis, mostly women and children. So this is an economic transformation solution. It's also a gender and health and climate solution. So unless we channel all of our resources and focus to prioritize food sovereignty, agroecology, renewable energy, manufacturing, to be deployed and value added to be created and retained as building blocks of prosperity and development, then all the climate finance efforts, no matter how big or small, and they are small at this point, it's going to be feeding the engines of the old development model, which is a colonial, post-colonial, extractive development model. And when it comes to the numbers, as Richard alluded to, the UNCTAD numbers are now telling us clearly we need at least $500 billion channeled towards climate finance if we're going to meet the challenge by the end of, by 2030, which is the day after tomorrow, if we were going to keep global warming below 1.5. Instead, I didn't check the numbers this morning, but I think we're still below 1 billion in terms of climate finance. And I'll close with one sort of metaphor so that we understand what we're dealing with. If I cause damage to your community, to your economy, to your environment, and you're suffering the impact of this climate change, and we all know that I owe you $100 by the end of the month, I'm supposed to pay you $100. No negotiation. Instead, I go to you and say, I'm going to lend you $10. And I'm going to tell you exactly what you do with those $10. And you have to pay me interest. It's going to be concessional. I'm kind and generous. And you say, well, that's not enough. I say, okay, I'll give you charity, another 5. And I'll give you another 20, but you have to give me your forest for carbon credits. We have to change the terms of this conversation about climate finance. We're talking about debt, climate debt that is owed. No conditionalities. And full payments, meaning transfer of technology, transfer of financial resources for transformation, not for additional entrapment. So that is my opening, and I can say a little bit more in a minute. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Fidel, for framing the problem so robustly. I think you talked about the structural deficits that really characterize the Global South problem. The climate finance question brings us to a good segue. I'm going to turn to Avinash, who's just joined us. Avinash is, as many of you are familiar, a special envoy to the Prime Minister of Barbados and a member of the Transitional Committee for the Loss and Damage Fund. So Avinash, as a key architect of the Bridgetown Initiative, how do you see the initiative working towards this cause for the Global South? Would love to hear your comments.
Thank you very much. A pleasure to be here, and thanks for inviting me. I was very struck by the last presentation, though, and I want to maybe reframe my thoughts around that, because I think one of the other structural deficits, and all the structural deficits you mentioned are man-made. We don't actually have a physical deficit in those things, but we've ended up with a deficit in those things. And there's another very important structural deficit, which is in safe currencies. safe assets. The developing countries import safe assets. The rich countries export safe assets. Because the system defines what is a safe asset. European debt to GDP ratios are higher than almost half of all developing countries. That's not safe. The US debt to GDP ratio is also extremely high. But the system defines those currencies as safe. They do that in the accounting standards. They do that in the international banking regulation standards. Those safe currencies are things that are eligible for collateral status, eligible for reserve status. And so the system defines that they have safe currencies and we don't. They have safe assets and we don't. We have to import their safe assets. And that has a huge impact on our avenues for development. It's why I'm very encouraged when I hear discussion from Brazil and other members of the BRICS, so we need to address this issue of currency, because in a way, the real issue we're addressing is the deficit in safe assets. There is no physical reason why we cannot be producers and exporters of safe assets. So we need to think about how we do that. Safe assets is defined in the system. Now, I just want to really talk about 3 ways in which developing countries are gaslit. So the first way is about this issue of debt. So we are heavily indebted, and the IMF and the World Bank and others come to us and they say, well, you've got a lot of debt because you're just not very good. You're not very well organized. You're probably a bit corrupt. You're spendthrift, and we are going to show you how to be better. You're spending too much money. You're not raising enough revenues, and your problems are really your problems. And we did a study the other day that we didn't really expect a result, where we found that 50% of the increase in debt of climate vulnerable countries is caused by addressing loss and damage from a natural disaster. So 50% of the increase of our debt is being caused by the behavior of others. So it's not because we are spendthrift, it's others have been spendthrift with their carbon. And so we need to, that's why we do need to redress these arguments, and it's why we argue that loss and damage has to be grant-based funding and has to be external resources. We've shied away from referring to it as compensation because the conversation wouldn't have started. We're not saying that it shouldn't be compensation. We're saying there should be compensation, but you don't need to view this fund as the mechanism by which we are receiving all of the compensation we need. We see this fund as a way of funding loss and damage today. Another important way in which we are being gaslit is this notion that Paris is about voluntary NDCs, and that Paris is about, people just need more ambition. And more ambition is what's needed. It's only ambition. Don't worry, it's only ambition. But for developing countries, those ambitions become mandatory. When we establish an ambition and we don't hit it because we don't have the funding, in fact, it's very interesting the different worlds we exist in. If you've been in an IMF program, you are required to pass a public financial management program, which actually forbids your public officials to make ambitions that they cannot fund. And here we are with this process, which is all about ambitions that there's no funding for. And they can't understand why we don't want to make the ambition, why we're reluctant. They're saying, are you reluctant because you are climate deniers, because you don't really believe in climate? No, because we don't have the funding to make that ambition. And you're not giving it to us. So it's dangerous for us to be ambitious on things that we have no financing for. And if we go to the World Bank and ask for a loan, they'll say, oh, I see you're not Paris aligned. So one of the big debates going on this week here at COP 2.1c, all development financing must be Paris aligned. So what happens if we fail to hit our Paris alignment because we've got no finance? We may not get development finance. And so that's another way in which we are being gaslit. And then the third way, of course, is an old way, and it's around industrial strategy. So, we have long, and Richard has been a champion of the value, the evidence-based value of industrial strategy that rich countries largely pushed back against and said this was crazy stuff. And of course, they are now doubling down on industrial strategy in the name of green industrial strategy. And what they're doing is that they are establishing comparative advantages in global green industrial strategy. When we want to import wind turbines, where do we go for the tech? It's Denmark. We want to import solar, where are we going for the IP in those things? Now, luckily, we can make the green transformation using a lot of OTech, which is why there's all this tech optimism, because people want us to be focused. People want money to be spent on new technology and say it's all about new technology. And people are acquiring IPs and new technology. But we can make all the green transformation we need to make with OTech. It's not about technology. It's about finance. It's about financing the transition. So let me end by saying Bridgetown is about taking the task, $2.4 trillion, and saying, not being defeatist about it, and saying, how would we get there? And saying we can get there. We can get there if we divide it into three things. There are three activities we need to do. There's activities that generate revenues. And we need to get the private sector involved in that. They're not coming to developing countries because of the perception of risks, and we need mechanisms that reduce these risk perceptions. We need things, there's another set of activities for which there are no revenues, but there's savings. A lot of that looks like adaptation, climate resilience. And that we're prepared to borrow for because it generates substantial savings. A dollar spent on climate resilience today saves $7 in the future. And we need, though, the development banks to no longer be an irrelevancy, but to be 3 times bigger than they are today. And to be lending long-term and low cost. To lend not with fancy new instruments, but to lend using the exact same instruments they lent to the rich countries in post-war industrial recovery. Long-term, low-cost instruments. Famously, of course, Germany was given an amazing instrument which, if their export earnings fell below a certain level, the interest rates were cut. Wonderful, I'd like that. And that's not a fancy new instrument. They've done it. We've had it. And then there are things that have no savings and no revenues, and that's costs. And that's why you need a loss and damage fund, because you need a fund that's grant-based, that is providing actual public finance revenues for things for which there's no revenues and no savings, and a lot of loss and damage looks like that. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you for laying that out so concretely. I think the Bridgetown agenda has been instrumental in really catalyzing this discussion over the past 2 years, bringing together the development finance and climate communities to think about this financing crunch that the Global South is facing. And I also believe that there's now a concern with the term loss and damage, and it's becoming the Climate Impact Response Fund or something like that.
Well, of course, this is not exactly Chatham House here. But one of the things we found challenging in negotiating with the United States was that they would say to us often, they would shake their head and say, no, we like that, but it won't pass Congress. And one of the things they're saying is loss and damage as a name won't pass Congress. And they proposed resilience instead. And we said, well, okay, that's interesting, but that's not what this fund is. And misnaming a fund is a bit of a weird way to go. But I don't mind if they call it impact, if it's response, and it's response to climate impact. If that's what you have to do to get it funded, they're just words.
Thank you, Avinash. So with that, I'll come to Adriana. She's a special advisor to President Lula, Brazil is taking over the mantle on a number of different fora, starting with the G20 next year, and then as hosts of the as hosts of COP30, as well as leaders of the BRICS. So I would invite Adriana to give us some perspective on the priorities of the Brazilian G20 presidency. How would you want to champion these causes on behalf of the Global South? And would love to hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much, and thank you for UNCTAD for having us here. I'm going to speak on a personal basis, and now I'd like to start with this idea that, you know, for us developing countries, the just transition can either mean something very positive, it can mean finally the opportunity to have the sort of fair, just structural transformation of our productive basis with better distribution of income, with a better place within the world economy. Or it can mean a new wave of what Ha-Joon Chang famously called in his book, Kicking Away the Ladder, a new edition altogether. And when Ha-Joon wrote that book, he referred specifically to the phenomenon of rich countries climbing the ladder through industrialization, setting up and using institutions, and then denying developing countries the same pathways. And we run a serious risk of having this type of dynamic take place again. And in fact, it's already happening for a number of reasons that some of them have already been mentioned here. The mere fact that massive investments are being made in transition in the global north, for instance, has increased the cost of capital in ways that either cause or exacerbate the external debt crisis for dozens of countries. But there are other ways as well. Implementation of CBAM and anti-deforestation measures. By the way, an ideal with which we very much agree in Brazil. In fact, we're working very hard and reaping some very positive results. But the way that it's set up based on negative incentives not only undermines the multilateral trade regime, but also imposes barriers insofar as it can be selectively used as what is really protectionist measures, hiding behind a thin veneer of environmental concern. There are also risks that are increasing of externalization, not only of emissions, but pollution. This is something that already takes place. Where are the automobiles in Europe that no longer comply with the new regulation? Where are they going to end up? What is going to happen to critical minerals if we developing countries don't get our act together and prevent a new wave of predatory exploration? The point is that these are all issues that we have to work on together. And this is why the G20 is an interesting complementary space. Obviously, here at the COP, we are negotiating, for instance, what we mean by just transition. And Brazil views the G20 as a space that should be complementary. So what we're designing for our presidency of the G20 is we're trying to be very careful so that it doesn't interfere with the negotiations that are taking place here. But there's a lot that we can do if we adopt a very broad view of this need for structural transformation, diversification of productive bases and export capacities. And by the way, this is, of course, of interest to developing countries, but it should also be very much of interest to those in rich countries, in part due to the climate goal, because it is no use for rich countries to come back to COP, say, in Belém, which we're very happy to host, with a clean bill of climate health if they're externalizing all of these problems to the developing world. Let's remember that the Paris Agreement, the Convention on Climate, and Agenda 2030 are global goals. And especially if we think of the climate emergency, we can't act individually. So we really do need to consider the transnational ramifications of these transformations that are taking place already in the global north. With respect to the G20, we think in addition to the 2 tracks that we inherit from our Indian colleagues, who have done a great job of bringing sustainable development in all of its 3 dimensions. By the way, Minister Marina Silva the other day, she was talking about the 4 dimensions, and I'm started to adopting it. So in addition to the economic, the social, and the environmental, we have the cultural dimension of sustainable development. And there are working groups already established that we inherit. We inherit much of the agenda from our Indian colleagues and Indonesian ones before that. But there's also a little bit of leeway. So we're putting together a couple of task forces that are, I think, both connected to this. As Fadil mentioned, one of the problems in developing countries is food scarcity. And so one of the task forces is meant to not reinvent the wheel, but mobilize existing initiatives on food security. Not just, by the way, in the sense of ensuring reliable supply chains to rich countries because of war A or B, but rather ensuring adequate, reliable, sustained, and fair access to food, especially through public policies that strengthen small farmers and local and regional production systems. That's our understanding of food security. The second one will be geared at sort of whole of economy transformation approaches. Brazil has launched its ecological transformation plan, which is something I think much broader than just transition, even in the broad sense that we're trying to promote here. But we think that this is the kind of experience that we want to explore through G20, and where, again, the fact that G20 brings in countries from the global north and the global south will enable us to brainstorm and hopefully move forward, not only on how you get countries to identify their priorities, come up with pipelines, but scale up solutions, but also how do we think about the system as a whole. Now, I want to end on this very important point. The international financial system that we have now, especially its key institutions, they are not set up for this at all. And the kinds of changes, and Avinash and I were talking about this yesterday. We disagree, so we have to continue this discussion. But there are some positive movements, for instance, in the sense of helping MDBs, multilateral development banks, to help fill parts of this gap. For instance, hopefully adaptation, right? Because mitigation is primarily the purview of the rich countries due to their historic role. So we also have to ensure that financing is available for green industrial policy and infrastructure in the global south. And the current system is not set up to do this at all. And it has to do with the ideological basis on which these were established and the lack of true reform to these institutions. So we must not shy away from the elephant in the room, which is reform to the decision-making processes in the key institutions, not only of Bretton Woods. There we have a true representation problem, because while we are underrepresented in these institutions, we can tinker all we want. We will continue to face new waves of kicking away the ladder and pushing us even further behind. We also have to think very hard about the World Trade Organization. What is the meaning of this organization in a world that has, in which the same countries that have long espoused free trade have now renounced it? In the same countries that have rejected the idea of a state, a strong state that is the guider of investment. So we have to think, and it's not necessarily the case of doing away with the system, but maybe this is a place where, we should have a very serious conversation, for instance, about CBAM and these legislations that are punitive and unilateral. How do we rescue the multilateral trade system, putting development back in the game in a way that will make just transition viable for all of us in a truly just way? Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Very powerful comments. So I'm going to come back to Richard and then come back to each one of you for your closing comments, summary, conclusions. So Richard, we've heard from the speakers today about structural deficits plaguing the global south. We've heard about the financing gap that is hindering climate ambition in developing countries. We've heard about growing trade protectionist measures in the name of climate action, kicking away the ladder, as well as the need to finance green industrial policy in developing countries. So I'd love to hear your views on some of these issues on behalf of UNCTAD. So over to you.
Okay, that's a big question, actually, and I'm not going to try and go into all those issues. One issue that I think needs to be on the table in this context was the one you raised about the debt problem. I think we really need to be far more ambitious. Developing in a world of relatively, it was not expansionary, but reasonably stable fiscal activity and very low interest rates. We didn't move the needle in terms of the kinds of investments that we needed to make, both in mitigation, where, as Avinash rightly pointed out, there are potential revenue streams, and certainly not in adaptation. So we had this very favorable macro-financial, or relatively favorable macro-financial environment after the global financial crisis, and we didn't do the investments that are meant to flow from that favorable macro-financial environment. And we need to think why that was the case, and whether we're still too wedded to a kind of pre-global financial crisis macro-financial thinking, which we need to move beyond if we're going to make the kinds of investments we need to make. And you know, in the meeting on Wednesday, or whenever I've lost track of time in this place, on Tuesday or Wednesday with the finance day, there was a lot of talk about securitization. There was no talk about industrialization in those meetings. I mean, it was no one talked about it. Absolutely no one. And so I worry that we haven't fundamentally broken with the mindset that got us into this problem in the first place, and is unlikely to get us out of the problem within the time frame that we are all fully now aware of. And I think the debt issue really stands at the center of that challenge. And we were lucky this year, Avi, I think, in terms of if you look at the debt payment structure for developing countries this year, both in terms of principal and in terms of interest payments, it was a calm year. I think the next few years are going to be far more taxing for a large number of developing countries, and we are particularly worried that the system is certainly not geared to dealing with that problem. And if you listen to the IMF, as we all do in the spring and fall meetings, there's a real complacency, I think, about the debt issue, which if we don't get a handle on it, will derail a lot of the innovative and creative thinking that we've begun to hear around the climate financing. So that's a real worry I have. And just as a second point, maybe that addresses some of these issues, I want to bring in two Marshalls into this issue. One is Alfred Marshall. People forget that Alfred Marshall said that markets don't do leaps. That was a famous phrase of Alfred Marshall, the founder of neoclassical economics. And what we are in is a world that needs leaps. And we've got to be very conscious of the limits of market-based solutions in a world that needs leaps. And I still think, again, wedded to a kind of a narrative that really thinks we can still do this incrementally, and I don't think this is an incremental challenge. Of course, the other Marshall was George Marshall, who had a Marshall Plan, and planning is industrial policy has become less of a dirty term over the course of the last 2 years. Planning is still a dirty term for me, but we need to have serious planning around some of the scale and depth of the challenges that we're talking about. And the loss and damage initiative is a change it's a real fundamental change. It's changed the needle, it's changed the nature of the discussion, but it's still not on the scale that we know is needed. And the comparison here is a dramatic one. The United States, when it introduced in Marshall Plan in 47, which is it was a kind of dealing with loss, damage, and recovery. That's what the Marshall Plan was all about, rebuilding Europe after the end of the Second World War. 1% of US GDP every year for 5 years was channeled by the Marshall Plan into the recovery of Western Europe, followed by the massive debt relief scheme that Fidel met, in which half of German debt was removed, and there was a limit put on how much of foreign exchange could be used for servicing subsequent debt payments. The United States, I think, offered 17.5 million for the loss and damage. Abby's a better at maths than me. That must be like 0.0001% of US GDP today. The notion of ambition and boldness and doing things better still doesn't appear to be there, and that's a real worry I think we're going to have to address moving forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Richard. So I'm going to come back to the rest of our panel, I think starting with Avinash, Fidel, and then Adriana. Your closing reflections and any suggestions, recommendations for the way forward. So Avinash, over to you.
Debt remains a major issue that we've not solved. I think for 2024, to me, embracing the reinvention of trade is the big issue. But let me just say a few words, closing remarks on debt. I think the challenge with debt is it is so heterogeneous that simple solutions don't work. You could break it down into three. You've got a set of countries, some of the poorest countries, who have often highly concessional debt with individual governments, bilateral debt. That has greater scope for cancellation, but it actually releases the least resources, because often that's very concessional debt. The idea of directing, 1-2% interest rates on debt. Sometimes those debt have 25-year grace periods. That's not going to release a lot of resources. The second set of debt we've got is with the development banks, who lend fairly low cost, but not necessarily hugely concessional. I think the scope for cancellation of debt with them is limited too, because we need to use a system of AAA rated development banks. We need to massively leverage that system, not undermine the system by eating into their capital. So I'm not sure. I think there's a scope there for restructuring. There's scope there for more concessional debt. But the conversion of high yield commercial debt to AAA rated development lending type rates, that conversion is a good thing that we need to increase dramatically rather than undermine it. The other thing, then, the vast majority of debt in developing countries is held by private creditors. And if you need to go back and borrow next year, then canceling is not easy. So that debt is often high yielding. So I think there are three solutions to that. We need to make the system more shock absorbing with our debt pauses that are slowly getting picked up. The IMF needs to re-channel more SDRs. Their rapid credit facilities need to be much bigger, so countries rely less on emergency funding from the private sector. They need to get rid of their surcharges, at least temporarily, perhaps permanently. But then the IMF needs to be a much friendlier place for people to go to for restructuring their debt. You have to go to the IMF to restructure your private sector debt, because the private sector will say, you're cutting my debt by a third. I may accept that because it makes it more sustainable, but how do I know you won't cancel my debt again next year or the year after? You're going into an IMF program which that is not possible. But the IMF's programs are seen as so distasteful that developing countries would rather pile on debt than go to the IMF. That needs to change. I call it fear of fund. These programs need to be much more domestically driven, domestically sorted, politically compatible. We were able to do that when we went to the fund, but that's because we had 2 years to plan it. And we planned it out very carefully. So when the fund came to us, they said, okay, you go ahead, because we had 2 years to plan. Most governments come to the fund with no time. There's an emergency because they're afraid to go early. They go late, because they're afraid to go early because they're afraid of an IMF program. We need to challenge that.
Okay, so speaking of the IMF and the World Bank, these are institutions that have dominated this space for decades with lots of influence in developing countries on shaping their domestic economic plans and funding. And if we're in this debt crisis today, repeatedly in debt crises, unsustainable, then it's got to be one of two things. It's either incompetence on their part, and that needs to be recognized, which means changing the approach, or intentional entrapment. Which is it? Either way, we need a different approach to development. And going back to the point about, investing in things that generate revenues, sounds great. But when you look at agriculture, for example, one of the core areas of our structural deficiencies leading to food insecurity and so on, we have this concept of food security, which sounds great. Who's against food security, right? But food security is a dangerous trap that was created in the 50s and 60s and imposed on the global south. Food security means you secure the nutrition of your people, either by producing it or by buying it or by borrowing money to buy it, or even worse, by receiving it as food aid, which is the worst thing you can do to your agriculture. We need to get rid of the concept of food security and focus on food sovereignty. And not necessarily at the national level, some countries can't produce everything, but regional blocks at least. And we've seen what happened after COVID, after the conflict with the Ukraine and the disruption to the food system. So that means multilateral financial institutions, when they say we're going to help you with your agriculture to invest in cash crops for exports, that is not help, that is entrapment. When we say we're going to invest in green hydrogen facilities to manufacture fertilizers to produce cash crops for exports, that's not helping with recovering and restoring your food sovereignty. So we have to be very careful with channeling the climate finance, even if we scale it, even if it's grant-based, it has to be not an entrapment. If it's investing in renewable energy infrastructure in the global south, it has to be for actually producing green electricity as a pillar of development in the global south, not for exports. And it can't be producing green electricity to feed into manufacturing that locks you at the bottom of the global value chain, and calling it green industrialization means now you can export to Europe without having to face CBAM. Well, that's not for the benefit of countries in the south. That's still, outsourcing obsolete manufacturing from Europe to the global south, calling it green and bringing it back without CBAM taxation. So we have to be aware of all of these false solutions and entrapments that are greenwashed and scaled with new financing that doesn't actually produce the development transformation, the structural transformation that we're talking about in the global south. And I'll close by reminding all of us that this climate impact, this climate crisis, is not the doing of the global south. And yet we face the most severe impact of climate change. So if we're going to use this opportunity to face the climate challenge, it has to be also an opportunity to build a coherent, comprehensive approach to development, to debt, to climate, to industrialization from a global south perspective. And I close by emphasizing the common thread that we talked about here, which is industrialization. No small country can industrialize on its own, meaning that we have to form regional blocks. Why? Because we have the complementarity of resources and capabilities. We have the market at scale, which is what you need for industrialization, to build the horizontal linkages, to create and retain value added in the global south. And we hope that this will be part of the process of G77 conversations, G20 conversations with the leadership of Brazil, especially in the next year, to shift the conversation towards actual transformation in the global south, because that's a debt solution, that's a climate solution, and that's a geopolitical stability solution too. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's pretty clear that when climate meets geopolitics, we can get caught in a downward spiral, in a race to the bottom, where developing countries in particular will lose, but eventually everybody will lose with the climate emergency. And again, I want to underscore this point that we need to think very hard about the role of institutions. We are living in an era in which established institutions of global governance are losing credibility very fast. And again, this is linked to the representativity issue, which is not enough, but it's a necessary step. In addition to thinking about spaces like the COPs and the G20, it's only natural that we seek solutions elsewhere as well. And I think I agree with you, Fado, that regional integration and regional solutions are part of what we have to do in this world in which many international regimes are being eroded by this loss of confidence, and in which we have to rely on our complementarities to face coming shocks. There are other spaces that we can work with, and Brazil also intends to work through the BRICS in order to do this. This is for two reasons. The first one is that I don't think I know of any other pressure point that has led to more change in the World Bank than the creation of the new development bank. And that's only gotten started. So it is a political tactic in part, but mostly to us, these new institutions represent sources of funding for things that have never been funded adequately by the Bretton Woods institutions. And so Brazil very much defends, and the president has spoken about this openly on several occasions, we need to boost the established institutions. But since we are so frustrated with them for so long, because we're not talking about new things, these solutions have been on the table for 30 more years, then we also have to think very creatively about how we can tap into other sources of capital and other worldviews that will help us to move forward on the development and on the climate agenda as well. So, count on Brazil to have these conversations in the G20 through COPs, but also in other spaces. Thank you.
So thank you, Adriana, Fidel, Avinash. So we've heard from today's panel a wonderful framing of the very urgent multi-pronged crisis that developing countries are facing. We've heard about the need to build food and energy sovereignty in developing countries. There has been a lot of discussion on Bretton Woods institutions and whether or not they're still fit for purpose to meet the challenges that we face today. We've also heard about the urgent need for financing, particularly for green industrial policy. And the debt crisis is yet to see an urgent and transformative solution, and this needs to be addressed as soon as possible. And also we need to push for greater representation of Global South countries in the governance of multilateral institutions where decisions are made. So it's been a great discussion, and I'd like to thank the panel. There is data from UNCTAD which suggests that today 3.3 billion people live in countries that spend more on interest rate payments than on education or health. And that's not even setting aside funds for climate action or other developmental purposes. So these are certainly challenges that Global South countries need to confront. Those of us who are in these countries, we are confronting them on a daily basis. I'd like to thank today's panel, Richard, Adriana, Fadel, and Avinash for your great inputs. And thanks to the audience for being here today. Do we have time for questions? 4 minutes, yes. Okay, great. We have a few minutes for some Q&A. Yes?
My name is Tom Athanasiou, and I'm from the Climate Equity Reference Project. And I'm going to bring this back to climate. The Civil Society Equity Review recently released a report on a fair and equitable fossil phase-out program that estimated that its short-term cost would, at a minimum, be in the hundreds of billions of dollars a year. And obviously, it makes no sense at all to talk about that kind of money without talking about that crisis, which you guys have centered brilliantly in this panel. But I'm wondering, from an emergency finance perspective, in addition to dealing with the debt crisis, if you wanted to pick one form of so-called innovative finance to generate real public money in the short term to finance an emergency fossil phase-out, what would it be? Is Brazil going to be promoting the idea of financial transaction taxes? Is it going to be promoting the idea of progressive global wealth taxes? I mean, where are we going?
Would one of you like to take this? Adriana?
Thank you. That's a great question. So, first of all, in the specific case of Brazil, by far our main source of emissions is deforestation. So that's where most of our efforts right now are going. But we are aware that there is a need for a systematic public discussion of this topic, both domestically and especially at the international level. And we still don't have that. For many countries, it's impossible to engage in climate action without having, at least for a certain period, some revenues from the petroleum and gas and oil sector. Now, this depends on the particular circumstances of the country, but I think we need to bring a little bit of nuance into the discussion rather than say, as we sometimes hear from some groups, okay, no, just cut off the spigot right now. Because, in Brazil, for instance, there are 1.6 million people who are currently employed directly or indirectly by the sector. So even though we very much want to decarbonize, we have to have very careful planning of how we do this. And we are in a relatively privileged position, as I said, because most of our emissions come from deforestation. Our ecological transformation plan, which was launched by the economy minister, Fernando Haddad, and the environment minister, Marina Silva, it has a series of different measures that we're working on domestically, and they include green bonds, they include progressive taxation measures. But within the G20, I can tell you that we will be working on the global taxation discussion. It's not yet linked to any particular sector, but this is an area, I think, of very fertile exchange where, new ideas will be very welcome. As, by the way, is this issue of debt, which is also among our priorities.
Avinash or Fadel, did you want to come in?
You can't decarbonize a system that hasn't been structurally decolonized yet. So we have to do this simultaneous transformation, which is why we're talking about industrialization, agriculture, and energy system as one core sector, multiple sectors of transformation. But when it comes to the fossil fuel industry, you're talking about the billions. Look at a country like Colombia that is very heavily dependent on export revenues from coal and oil and fossil fuels, obviously. Endorsed the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative a few days ago. Doesn't mean you cut off the spigot immediately, but you start thinking about how do we negotiate a fair and equitable, just transition that takes into account the economic transformation needed to diversify the economy, to decarbonize the economy, and to structurally transform it. That's the process of decolonization that I talk about. But when it comes to the billions of dollars that you refer to and the need for financial innovation and innovative ideas here, we also have to think about how much the fossil fuel industry is adding a new fossil fuel infrastructure, at least $500 billion a year of new infrastructure that is ignoring the science that says we need to stop adding new infrastructure and actually do the phase out. So if we take the economics seriously and the science seriously, we should be phasing out fossil fuel. Instead, we see additional infrastructure. A lot of it is actually added in the global north by historic polluters, which means one of two things. We're either willingly signing a collective suicide pact, knowing what the consequences are, or we're committing financial fraud because we know those will be stranded assets. We're duping investors today, spending billions of dollars, selling them stranded assets. Either way, it's criminal activity and needs to be treated as such and called out. So we need to shift our focus on a just transition framework for a just and equitable phase out, not just for the historic polluters, but for developing countries that are heavily dependent and have been locked into the fossil fuel extractive industries, which didn't lead to development or prosperity. It led to that entrapment that I talked about earlier.
If you look at the activity going on around the world in terms of that transformation you talked about. For a start, you're absolutely correct. It needs to be much more urgent. But there's a very clear fault line. And the fault line, could I just be able to see the questioner? The fault line is based around cost of capital. In those countries where the cost of capital is low, and China is a unusual developing country in that it has a low cost of capital, there's actually been a fair amount of transformation, funded, in fact, largely by the private sector. In countries with large cost of capital, which is basically the developing world, there's been very little activity because it's very costly. That transformation is costly. People cite operating costs of renewables. Yes, they're low, but they're hugely capital intensive. And the cost of capital is huge. In South Africa, it's 14%. In Zambia, it's 20%. You can't make those projects work. Those countries can't borrow at those kinds of yields. So we need to unblock the flow of capital by lowering the cost of capital. We need to be able to borrow at much lower rates from the development banks. And we need to raise public finance for things that you can't borrow for and you can't invest, of which loss and damage is a primary one. How are you going to get up to a loss and damage fund that's $100 billion per year? Because that's what we need at a minimum. Richard's work with UNCTAD suggests the number should be more like $200 billion a year. But let's say we start with $100 billion. How do you get there? It's not from public finance. I mean, we'd love it to be, but the entire aid budget in the world is $200 billion. And it's not going up, it's shrinking, it's being reclassified. So we need to take the methane leakages levy and make it global and send some money to developing countries. CBAM, if it's happening here, they're potentially raising money from developing countries. That should be sent back to developing countries. Emissions taxes, shipping taxes, aviation taxes. If you add those up together, along with the profits of the oil and gas industry, which is $4 trillion a year, we believe you can get to a $100 billion a year fund. It's actually pragmatic and realistic and feasible.
And the paper that we have actually does, if you want to look at the paper on loss and damage that we produced, 150 was what our figure initially was, I think. But we have a breakdown of potential sources of financing in that paper, along the lines that Avi just outlined in terms of taxation, in terms of levies, in terms of redirecting subsidies, in terms of SDR. I mean, we're not short of financing in this world. We're short of getting the financing to the right places.
I think that's all we have time for today. Thank you so much for joining us for this discussion, and thank you to UNCTAD for hosting this. That's it from us today.
Okay, so I think we should start because the name of the game is to start on time and to finish on time. And we owe that to the one that will succeed us in this room. I'm Pascal Lamy. I'm wearing different hats during this week in Dubai. Today is my trade hat, and I will moderate this session, or at least start moderating this session, because I'll have probably to rush at some stage and pass the baton to Geneviève Pons. So, our topic today, and we structured this event a long time ago, like all the side events that have to take place, is on the relationship between trade, climate, and development. As we know, this is the first time ever in a COP that there is a trade pavilion, which is the result of important lobbying by a number of us to at last have trade in the picture of what is discussed during a COP. This is a good news in my view, and I'm among those, and I think this is something which is shared by the panelists today, among those who believe that we need a more engaged conversation on the trade to climate and environment relationship. Now, in doing this, I know that this conversation may not always be consensual, nor straightforward, and by the way, this is what's happening during this week, but I do not take what we hear about possible frictions on the final language on this relationship. I don't see that as a negative. I see that as a positive, because all conversations do not start with agreement. We need a deep conversation on this issue, and this is what this panel is about. It being understood that the initial organizer of the panel, which is Europe Jacques Delors, which is the Jacques Delors think tank, which is in Brussels. We have one in Paris, one in Berlin, one in Brussels, and which is headed by Geneviève Pons, published recently a piece about this relationship in trying to reinsert what, in our view, has been missing so far, which is the development dimension. So the starting point, from my point of view, from Genevieve's point of view, is that we cannot just look at trade and climate. We have to do that, but we have to look at trade, climate, and development. So that's the starting point. In order to discuss this, we have a gender-balanced panel, a north-south balanced panel, and this is absolutely intentional, starting with Alan Sophia on my left, who is the Deputy CEO of Trademark Africa, formerly Trademark East Africa, when I started working with the organization, and I still have a working relationship with Trademark Africa. Then Avinash Perso, who is a very well-known luminary in the Caribbean economy from Barbados, where he's working very closely with Mia Motley on a series of issues. Avinash and I also have quite a long working relationship. Geneviève Pons is the boss of this Europe Jacques Delors think tank, which I already mentioned. And we've had a very long-standing working relationship, started somewhere in the 90s when she was the environment advisor of Jacques Delors, and I was Jacques Delors' chief of staff, and Kurt Vandenberg, who is one of the big shots in the European Commission, and who's the Director General for Climate. So that's the level. I will now start quizzing to launch the conversation. Maybe starting with you, Avinash. You come from a place which is incredibly climate exposed for a variety of reasons which you can explain. You are a believer in open trade, and we work together on how this open trade could be more fostered within the Caribbean region. What's your take on this week's conversation about trade and climate as it shapes? What is Barbados' view on that as representative of a small climate-exposed island? And then I will ask Alain Sophia to answer not exactly the same question, but a similar one. Avinash. Yeah.
So Isabel had to remind me that this is the first time we're having a trade pavilion, because it just seems so natural that these issues are very much bound up together. As you were saying, Barbados is in the Caribbean. Caribbean is between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, the most climate vulnerable region. We often think about small islands, but it's not just small islands. Across the sub-Saharan Africa, the drought belt, also called the coup belt, and that's not accidental. Those two things are also correlated. And across Asia too. So these are very vulnerable places. And the world has taken too long to really get to terms with climate. And so now we have to rush the green transformation. So countries that were perhaps not critical to putting up the majority of the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere now need to be fully engaged in the green transformation. And I don't just mean the Caribbean, but the whole part of the tropics. The big emitters of the world today are developing countries. And so development and climate is now very much intertwined. And if we look at the fault line about where progress is happening and where progress is not happening, the fault line is around cost of capital. And that cost of capital is very much a developed versus developing country line. In the developed world, and I would add China, because China is unique in being a developing country with a developed country cost of capital, as in low. That is where we've seen most progress in the green transformation. In the developing world, the cost of capital is extremely high. To give you an example of that, an identical solar farm in Germany, the cost of capital is about 4 percentage points. You need to pay investors around 4% across debt and equity to raise the money for the solar farm. The identical solar farm in South Africa with the identical contracts is 14%, being paid for by low-income consumers. And that is actually low relative to many developing countries. So we need to bring these things together. It's why we need finance. Let me end by saying that I think that the development challenge, we've identified the developing countries need $2.4 trillion a year for them to be fully engaged with the transformation and for them to respond to the changing climate. And $2.4 trillion, you could get defeatist about that number, it's so big. But the Bridgetown Initiative is about breaking that down into an achievable goal. It is saying that there are things that generate revenues which we need to get the private sector involved, sort of climate mitigation. The private sector does not come to developing countries. They're risk averse. They see a lot of perceived risks and actual risks, and they're not coming. We need to find a way of lowering those perceived risks. There's another set of things that generates no revenues, but savings. A lot of that looks like climate adaptation. Sea walls, flood defenses, drainage systems, that costs a lot of money. And they need to spend that money today, not in 20 years' time. The multilateral development banks need to be central to this new system to lend long-term low costs for adaptation. And then there are things that have no revenues, as my final point, no revenues, no savings, they're costs. And a lot of that looks like loss and damage. And that is where we need public finance and new innovative sources of public finance, perhaps emissions-type taxes. And what we've done, and the reason why the British Initiative has caught on so well, is that we are not asking for handouts. We're not asking for $2.4 trillion. We're saying we can find ways to generate, to find a funding where there's revenues. We can find ways to get the development banks involved where there's savings. But there's a bit that we can't, and we do need support, and that is essentially development. But development aid budgets are not going up. They're shrinking. They're being reclassified. So we need new sources of finance, and we could talk further about those later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avinash. Madam Sophia, Trademark Africa is working with the support of a number of countries or philanthropies to open trade within the African continent. So, getting rid of obstacles to trade within Africa, and at a time where Africa's climate hopes are rising, and those of us who attended or participated in the recent Nairobi climate summit organized by President Ruto left this event with the notion that Africa believes in the possibility to grow thanks to its nature capital. What's your experience on the ground?
Thank you very much. And just coming from what Avinash has said, when you look at Africa, and I don't want to look at it as one mammoth thing. In fact, let me take a proverb that we normally use. Like, if you're going to eat an elephant, how big is an elephant? Take it piece by piece. You know, you won't be able to eat the whole elephant without taking it piece by piece. If you look at Africa now, the problem seems huge. But what has really been encouraging is the renewed narrative and conversations I'm hearing at COP. Every single day in my work, I'm working across the continent, working with governments that are faced with a very dire imperative. They have a young population, they have poverty, they have hunger, they have climate shocks. Right now in the East African region, I think each country has faced flooding this week. In Tanzania, I think 47 people alone died in Dar es Salaam this last week due to flooding. So they're faced with these imperatives on a day-to-day. And then here we are telling them, grow, but grow sustainably. And so for a long time, it has been a polarizing conversation. Why can't we extract our minerals? Why can't we do, what others have done? Why can't we follow the pathways that developed countries have done? That has been the narrative in the past. I'm really heartened by the conversations at the Africa Climate Summit and now at COP28, where we are seeing the recognition that we must grow, but we must grow sustainably. In fact, as President Ruto says, there's no east or west, no north or south when it comes to climate change. We are all in it together. If the emissions are happening in the north, we are bearing the brunt in the south. So we must find solutions. Now, Avinash has spoken so passionately about small island states and the need for climate financing. We know very well that we are very rich in minerals. We are rich in hydro. We are rich in water. All the renewables, we have them in abundance. But I think the big question for our continent is how do we extract them? Right now, when you come to Europe, when you come to the Commission, one of the biggest conversations is on batteries. Batteries is the new battlefield. I think you'll all agree. Because we know that batteries are going to power industrialization, they are going to power development, they are going to power growth in our countries. But how do we actually get the financing that is critical for us to actually get these batteries, the minerals out and the batteries done? So these are the conversations that countries are having. And what I've liked is that there's opportunity for financing. There's opportunity for Africa to actually do it differently. We are seeing the UAE and the Middle East coming in quite aggressively. I think we could learn a thing or two from the Middle East. I've had several conversations, for instance, with DP World, where they're looking at green shipping. For us to grow trade across Africa, to tap into the 1.2 billion population, we're going to have to do it different. And shipping is an opportunity, because we've tried to do trade across the continent to mine the vast opportunity in the population. But it took, for instance, over 6 weeks to move a shipment of tea from Kenya to Ghana. That story has been told so much in the last few months. Imagine if it was perishables, which is what most of our African countries are exporting. They would never survive. So how can we then ensure that we transport goods within the continent? We actually allow the continent to grow, either through alternative modes of transport, and we're already seeing here how they have done it in the last 10 years. It's just been a blast. Or looking at alternative ways of industrialization and manufacturing. And for me, the how is going to be important from these conversations. We're already talking about climate finance that allows us to have appropriate investments. We're looking at policies. The African Continental Free Trade Area has the most appropriate policies in terms of its investment protocol that allow for green investments. We're already looking at the availability of a youth population that can be deployed. So I think the conversation should now move to the how. It's been very much informed by the loss and damage fund conversations, but I think let's look at the other positive. How do we extract these minerals? How do we renew the conversation on energy on the continent? Not as an extractive conversation we have had before. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what you're telling us is that there is a new potential African pathway to sustainable growth. I mean, Avinash has insisted on the fact that this, if that is true, it necessitates relatively low, cheap capital. What we know is that, at least in the case of Africa, this also relies on not just continental integration, but also growing its exports to rich markets. And what we heard, and what we know, is that at least as far as Europe is concerned, a number of developing countries have a problem with EU greening its trade. So, Geneviève Ponce, you've been writing on this, together with a few other experts. If I understand well, in the line of the think tank, you're heading EU has to green its trade. But what you're saying, if I'm correctly reading your last piece, is that EU should do that in a way that does not damage the potential of a number of developing countries to grow sustainably. So is it a correct interpretation, and what's your take on that?
Thank you, Pascal. Yes, absolutely. It is a correct interpretation. Maybe a short story. The Green Deal is the result of the EU election of 2019. And the young people went to vote much more than usual. It was a rise by 40% of voters. And what they wanted was a greener Europe. And that's why the Green Deal was adopted with its central objective of carbon neutrality by 2050. And tools were invented and adopted with the Fit for 55 package, which means that by 2030, we want to reduce greenhouse gases by 55. So a lot of things have been put in place, including a reform of ETS, which is the internal price of carbon for highly carbonated industries. And because now these industries will have to pay for the pollution they emit, and hopefully a high price, we have to put in place a carbon border adjustment mechanism. And that is the logic behind one of the most emblematic and maybe contested EU measures. But probably the EU has not sufficiently taken into account the effect of this measure and other measures like the deforestation regulation on developing countries. And this is something that has struck us, Pascal and myself, when we went to Geneva in March this year, and we saw that all around the world, developing countries were, I would say, angry at this kind of measures, unilateral measures. So we must not only green trade, but we must insert a third dimension, which is the development dimension. So we need a new narrative. We need to recognize that we have a common but differentiated responsibility. We are historically more responsible of the CO2 emissions. And we need also to assume this responsibility with the means we have. So we have not only an ethical duty, but we have the means to do the necessary. And then we have to differentiate our approaches because all the developing countries are not equal. There are big emerging countries emitting a lot of carbon dioxide. But there are also countries like Barbados which do not emit carbon dioxide or very, very little and are the main victims. So we have to adopt differentiated approaches. And finally, we need at EU level new instruments. We need new partnerships to help countries which are potentially victims of the CBAM to transform their production and to escape the consequences of CBAM. I give you the example of Mozambique, which is producing a highly carbonated aluminium, and they need to be able to sell their aluminium in Europe without paying a CBAM, and for that to decarbonize it and to use their hydroelectricity. We can help them bring their hydroelectricity to Maputo. That's an example. It's a bilateral example, but we need to put this at scale and to have a kind of fund that could be fed by some of the CBAM revenues to do so. That's one of the things I want to say. Something else. We have there the DG of climate in the European Commission. He's working very well with his colleagues, but this is not usual, and we should everywhere in the EU and elsewhere break silos and make people who are dealing with development questions, people who are dealing with trade, and people who are dealing with climate work together. And finally, we should work with developing countries, the most vulnerable especially, from the beginning of an initiative. So to ensure transparency and to ensure that their views are taken on board from the start. Thank you.
Thank you, Geneviève. Now, I've been here since last Sunday, and what I've heard so far in various conversations or meetings is that on this issue of the EU greening its trade, the EU is on the hot seat because of CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, and it's being discussed, but probably even more if I measure the sound about the Deforestation Directive. And what I hear is that a number of developing countries want to question this capacity with the EU has to impose climate-based border measure trade measures. And they pretend that this should not be discussed in the WTO, but in the COP. And what I hear from a number of northern countries is that this should not be discussed in the COP, but in the WTO. Now, the good news is that both sides apparently agree that it should be discussed. But the problem is that apparently they don't agree where and how it should be discussed. And so what's the EU position on this, Kurt?
Yeah, thank you, Pascal. First, I would like to say a little bit why we're here at COP28, and I would like to pick up on what Alan Sophie said. We're here to talk about climate action, right? Global climate action. But actually, this goes way beyond climate. What we're discussing here is really about economic opportunity, a new growth model for the world. We all know that we cannot sustain economic growth on the basis of fossil fuels or on the wastage of resources. And if we see here more than 100,000 people at this COP, it's really about discussing what is this new economy? How should it look like? We're talking about economy here, we're talking about finance. Avinash is exactly right. We need this conversation about finance, and we're very strong supporters of the Bridgetown initiative and how we can take this forward. And trade plays a role in this. And I think it's excellent that there's a trade day here at the COP. What we see is that if we do this right, and I'm very optimistic that we will do this right, the global market for green goods and services will grow exponentially because the world needs it and the world wants it. That's definitely what we see in Europe. With all the regulations we have now put in place, the Fit for 55, and Geneviève alluded to this, we are creating in Europe a massive market for clean tech and green products and services. A market so big that Europe cannot supply it on its own. We will need a lot of trade to supply that market. We cannot afford that it is only supplied from outside Europe, because then we cannot sustain our climate ambition. But the market will be so huge. So we need really to organize this trade in the proper way, and that needs an all-of-government approach. And I'm, of course, happy with the compliments I get from Geneviève of working together with our colleagues in finance, development, trade, etc. It means for us that we need to discuss this and engage at multilateral level above all. That's what we do here at the COP, that's what we do at the WTO, that's why the Commission was at the initiative of the Coalition of Trade Ministers for Climate, which we really see as a very good forum to take these discussions forward, but also very many plurilateral initiatives where we really want to dialogue with all partners in the world. But what is very important, and Avinash said this, we have to really rush with climate action now. It is really becoming very urgent. We cannot wait for the rest of the world to get to some kind of organized framework for this. We need to act very quickly. And that goes hand in hand with the common but differentiated responsibility. We need to take our responsibility and move much quicker than the rest of the world. Actually, the UN Secretary General wants us to be climate neutral by 2040. So that's what we're doing. We are reforming and strengthening our emission trading system. We are taking away free allowances from our industries so that they deliver more and more quickly on carbon emissions. But then we cannot afford that we export our emissions to the rest of the world through carbon leakage. That's why we need a carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is a climate tool. It is really a climate or environmental tool. It is not a trade or protectionist tool at all. Now, we have designed this in a way that is, in our view, entirely WTO compliant. We will see in the WTO whether this is the end judgment that will be made, but we have done it in this way, and we are very happy to defend it in this way. It's non-discriminatory. It is not addressing countries. It's addressing companies. It is implemented in a very gradual manner. It will actually only start applying as from 2026, and then gradually introduced over a period of 9 years 9 years from the 2 years that we now have for the transition period. We are engaging in dialogues across the world. 2-3 weeks ago, we had a big dialogue in Beijing on CBAM, where more than 1,500 people were attending. Very, very good, rich, very constructive. Companies understand this. It's very participative. Pascal, what we have done is opening up our expert groups to representatives from third countries to design the methodologies on reporting embodied carbon, for example. So it's very open, very transparent. Everyone can participate. And the good thing about CBAM, and then I'll close on this, is that it is conducive to more climate action because it incentivizes other countries to introduce a form of carbon pricing, because if they introduce carbon pricing, it is deducted from the levy in Europe. And what we see happening is an overwhelming number of requests from third countries, from India and Indonesia, to Chile and Brazil, to Kazakhstan and Thailand, and I forget many of them, that want our assistance in introducing a form of carbon pricing or even emission trading. And that is exactly what we want, that the world is doing, introducing carbon pricing. And I'll refer in closing to the African Union, its call for a global carbon tax. Actually, if the whole world is introducing carbon pricing, especially the major emitters, because this is what we are targeting, that's the best, quickest way to introduce a global carbon tax. And we have said in our call to action for Paris-aligned carbon markets, and Avinash knows this because we've been working together on this, that if a sufficient number of major emitters are introducing emission trading or a domestic compliance market, we are ready to devote a share of our revenues from emission trading to climate finance directly, structurally.
Thanks, Kurt. Avinash, I see you body languaging.
Eager to respond a little bit from a developing country perspective, which is that the challenge is that it is developmentally negative. Now, I think there's a way of making it not so, but it is developmentally negative. And I think that one of the things I've observed, I'm a climate negotiator, is that the challenge we have in the climate negotiations is that people have different experiences. It would not be developmentally negative if every country in the world had the same level of development. Then it would actually serve a very positive way of lifting activity around the world. But it actually comes back to the cost of capital problem. The cost of a developing country to make the transition that will reduce the levy is considerably greater, perhaps 3 or 4 times greater than the cost of the European company to do it. So that's why it's developmentally negative. Now, maybe then the solution is to use the global gateway, or is to use a range of other things that reduces that cost of that adjustment for those developing countries. Because I actually don't think as a principle a country should be stopped from having a carbon border adjustment mechanism if it desires, or a group of countries, as if it's got a high carbon price. There will be carbon leakages unless you have a carbon border adjustment mechanism. But we need to appreciate the developmental impact that many of my European friends, and I know Kurt well, and I know he's extremely concerned and sensitive on all these issues. But I don't think the European experience is the same as a developing country experience, and they're not understanding or appreciating, I see that in my climate negotiations, the fact that the cost for a company in Brazil or South Africa to make the adjustment to reduce the levy is so much greater that they can't do it. Which is actually going to create some other issues in Europe, because if you don't get the supply, there are going to be some problems. But I think Europe needs to think, A, that you're doing this not for revenues. So A, I think you can make a strong developmental statement about where the revenues go. And B, if you can use and harness a global gateway to reduce the costs of those developing country companies exporting to Europe, maybe that's a way of making it developmentally neutral or even positive.
Thanks. So the conversation is moving towards solutions. So I'll give you the floor now, Alan Sophia, with one more question, which is, what advice do you give to your African clients, countries, businesses, in order to properly prepare or address these new EU green standards when they have to export to the EU market? What do you tell them? Do you tell them, go and protest at the COP or in Brussels? Or do you tell them, you'll have to green your economy anyhow, so better start now, which is the sort of Kurt's party line? What's your take?
Or both. And I mean, it's a dilemma. I just imagine, put yourself in the shoes of these governments. It's a dilemma. Let me give you an example, a very practical example. This year in March, one of the leading supermarkets in Europe put a ban to any airlifted fresh produce. They are not selling it in their supermarkets because their customers are not taking it. This supermarket is in Sweden, it's in Norway, it's in many of the European countries. Now look at a country like Kenya. Almost all its export earnings come from fresh produce. How is it flown out of the country? By air, on Kenya Airways. Now, when you put a ban like that, that is immediately taking effect in March of 2023, and you give maybe a few months, how can a country like Kenya, which is one of the middle developing, it's not one of the least, it's somewhere, how can it transition to this new way of doing things? So one of the things we are doing, we're not telling them to protest. We are making, of course, a bit of noise around the strategy, but we are showing them how. We are looking at innovations that can help. So one of the projects we have pioneered is called the Air to Sea Freight. We know Latin America has been doing this for a long time. They've been able to move almost all their produce to sea freight, which is more carbon neutral. It has a problem, but it's less than the air. So what we are doing is we are seeing how we can actually help these governments to transition. It has to be practical, it has to be real. We have pioneered it in Kenya on fresh produce, looking at avocado, mangoes, most of the exports that are going to Europe. We are working with the EU, we are working with some of the bilaterals like Denmark to see how we can green the port of Mombasa even more, where most of the produce pass, and also to use rail and other climate-friendly modalities to transport goods out. Of course, the volumes are not yet big because you still have to amass volumes that go to Saudi Arabia or China or Dubai, which are the main ports, and then off to Rotterdam or Stockport. So that's one of the things. Show. We must do more of showing, and we must connect the dots across the continent. The second is we must help with the governance around climate transition. Again, many governments are struggling. I'll give you examples of the floods that are wreaking havoc. There's a community we have been working with in northern Uganda, trading a lot with South Sudan and the DRC. These markets flood every year, and every year, women traders, other traders are totally displaced. Produce wiped away, capital wiped away. So we are showing how we can adapt these communities, working with these communities, to the realities, because this flood is going to happen every year. So how do you help them to build markets and infrastructure that can withstand this onslaught? So what we have decided to do is to show. And then maybe a third one that I could speak to is we know that Africa is still emitting low, especially in trade-related and transport-related emissions. But we know that they are growing at an alarming rate. We've done studies along some of the key transport corridors. And of course, we know they're using the oldest vehicles. I traveled from Abidjan to Lagos, which is 1,000 kilometers by road last year. I saw the oldest cars. I mean, they're older than I am, and I'm quite old. And these cars are emitting. Now, the levels right now are low, but the level of growth of these emissions as trade picks up and as transport across these corridors picks up is high. So we have looked at the nodes, we have seen where the emissions are happening, where it's idling, where there are delays, where there are bottlenecks, be it at borders, be it in the capital cities. And we're working with governments and transport observatories to see how we can quicken the transports, remove the bottlenecks, and allow free flow of trade, including moving to intermodal transports, especially the waterways. So I think what we can do and where we can partner with the North is in showing the climate action that Court is talking about. We must show. We cannot just pass these regulations and think people will adjust. with the businesses themselves, the pack houses that do the farmers, they'll be wiped out if they do not get the capacity to meet these standards. They'll be wiped out. Be it 10 years, we need to show them by doing it together with them. So that's, for me, is my call here at COP. Let us bring in the right and appropriate levels of finance to make the transition happen.
Thanks. So now one question for Geneviève and one for Kurt before I leave. I have to rush to another event, but Colette van der Ven will sit as a moderator so that we now have a more gender balance on the other side for the end of the session. We are very attentive to these little details. So the question to Geneviève is, obviously, the conversation is moving to the issue of capacity. All fine greening, we have to green trade, but the capacity to do that is unevenly distributed. So what is your think tank view on how this development dimension should be reintegrated in the climate trade nexus? That's the question for you. And the question for Kurt is the one I raised, but he did not answer. He answered, I think, in a cleverly sophisticated way to the CBAM question, not to the deforestation question. So the question for Kurt after Geneviève, and then Colette will sit in my place, is what about deforestation? Geneviève.
Okay, so you asked me not about deforestation, to be clear, but about what we advise to do at global level. So at global level, we advise to do things which look a bit similar to what we advise to do at EU level. First of all, so I will mention three measures. But first of all, coming back on what Kurt has said, it is true that carbon pricing is attracting more and more attention. And I add that the Chinese system itself is very much inspired by the European one, even if they are a bit late in the implementation compared to the EU. There are now more than 70 carbon pricing systems around the world, coming from 46 different countries. And there is a high risk that these systems do not converge towards a global carbon price and create dissensions and troubles for trade, for instance, as we are speaking of trade. So the first measure that we would advise to do is to set at the WTO what we have called the comparability forum, which would also be transformed into a compatibility forum. So assess the effects of pricing, and by the way, also non-pricing measures on trade, and ensure a certain level not only of transparency, but the necessary compatibility. That's the first measure we advise to take. Then, also at global level, the trade environment nexus and the trade development nexus are not dealt with by the same organizations. So there is a need to put them together. And our suggestion, once again, would be to put it at the WTO, but with expertise from other organizations like UNCTAD or UNEP or the OECD as far as the question of carbon pricing is concerned. So that's the second measure. And finally, also at global level, seeing this carbon pricing system develop, the suggestion would be to use part of the revenues that are generated by these carbon pricing schemes to finance not only mitigation, but adaptation and loss and damages, because loss and damages are unfortunately very likely to develop in a terrible manner, and we need a lot of money to be compensated. Thank you.
Thank you, Geneviève, and hello, everyone. I'm Colette van der Ven. I'm founding director of Tulip Consulting, and I have the pleasure of working with Geneviève and Pascal with Europe Jacques Delors. So, quick introduction, not to interrupt the flow of the speaking. Kurt van den Berg, please go ahead and answer Pascal's earlier question on the EUDR and the implications of that for developing countries, please, if you could be so kind.
Very good. First, I would like to come back very briefly to what Avinash was saying. Indeed, we need to take into account the development aspects of this. And actually, we're doing this. If we look at financial support, for example, the European Union has increased its climate finance contribution by 22% in 22 compared to 21. We are now at $30 billion of the 100 billion in terms of the finance we bring for climate to the developing world. I think we need to do more. Public budgets are stretched. They are necessary, but they are stretched. So what we need is a reform of the global architecture, the global finance architecture on which Avinash is eloquently speaking all the time. It means that we need to really look at the investment opportunities in the South and help de-risk these opportunities, these investments. That's why we need so desperately a successful outcome at this COP, so that we show that this is the beginning of the end of fossil fuels, and we go to a clean energy system for which actually the South has a lot of potential, a lot of resources, more than Europe. And despite the CBAMs and everything we can do that we would want to do to protect our market, actually the competitive advantage of the South is enormous if you talk about a clean energy system in the future. The more we can go to de-risking investments, the more we can save budgets indeed for adaptation and loss and damage, where the world will need a lot more support indeed. And there we are very open. We are saying, if we find new innovative sources of finance, we want to work on this. If a number of jurisdictions are introducing emission trading systems, let's devote a part of these revenues for development aid and finance to help the South. Now, on the deforestation, we need to realize that our consumers in Europe do not want to buy products anymore that lead to deforestation. Our consumers are not against imports at all, but they want to have imports of clean products or products that do not lead to deforestation. That's why we need to act. That's why we have acted with the deforestation regulation. We know from a global climate perspective how urgent action is to stop deforestation, also through trade. But we need to engage, and we're doing this in massive dialogue with countries from the South, and this is being organized as we speak. We need, of course, to explain very much what we're doing, how we're doing this, and make the implementation proportionate to the actors in the South, the exporters, so that we don't come with heavy-handed, very burdensome, very demanding implementation requirements, but that we make it very proportionate. And we need to do capacity building, support for capacity building, which we do, for example, through forest partnerships with a number of countries or more tailored instruments. We need to go even further than that. And we also need to find ways to mobilize finance for countries in the South to help maintain their forests and have a good stewardship of these forests. And that's why our president, in a recent panel discussion here at COP28, together with the leaders of WTO, IMF, and World Bank, has launched the idea of working on nature credits so that we create a global system for rewarding countries in the South that keep their forests in place and have a very good sustainable management of their forests.
Great, thank you so much for also focusing on the EUDR. We have about 9 minutes left, and I wanted to throw in one more question that I was actually thinking about as I was listening to you sitting in the audience, which is that when we're talking about the trade, development, and environment nexus, which is the focus of this panel, I've heard a lot about finance, we've heard a lot about capacity building, transfer of funds, etc. But what about when we look at the technicalities of how these three elements overlap or not? And here, what I would like to ask is, for example, if you take the CBAM, which many of you have talked about, some might say that the CBAM, which imposes a unilateral carbon price, which is equivalent to all countries importing into the EU, is not aligned with the concept of common but differentiated responsibilities. Because common but differentiated responsibilities recognizes that different countries, different levels of development, can impose different levels of climate ambition. And I think in the context of trade and the environment, this is a key question we cannot overlook. Where does the need to create a level playing field, which is what's inspiring the CBAM, and understandably so, how does that connect with common but differentiated responsibilities as they translate into different levels of ambitions for countries? Is that squareable in any way? Are there trade-offs, and how should this be addressed? Avinash, please.
You know, I think a fundamental misunderstanding is that a single carbon price for the world is the objective or is the right thing. Because prices that drive change are about relative prices. And the right price in Norway to drive change is not the right price in Niger to drive change, and has a different cost and impact. And this comes to your point in partly on common but differentiated responsibilities. It's having, this isn't so much about the responsibilities, but about their particular capabilities, which is a key part of that principle. I think the way to address it would be, if Europe wants to have a single carbon price at the border, would be that the way it needs to work out actually the development costs it is having. So this is partly both of you, part of both of your answers, right? Because it's not enough to say, well, we'll spend more on development. We actually need to know what is the development impact we're having. And that development impact will be common but differentiated. And we need to then adjust the volume of your support to those differentiated impacts.
Thank you. Van den Bergen had a hand, but go ahead, Geneviève, and then, or unless this was direct.
No, I must say I fully agree with what Avinash has just said. I think that the adjustment will be through the support that we can give to developing countries to adapt to this pricing. It was the example of Mozambique that I gave. However, our idea was also that during a certain period, the period of adjustment, the developing countries could be exempted. This idea that was raised by Europe Jacques Delors was not taken up by the Commission. However, the Commission foresees a long period of phasing in of the CBAM, during which this support for the transformation of the production in the developing countries can be achieved. So I think that this is the right answer, but this has now to be implemented. I just want to add one thing. So Colette is part of the adventure, the triangle, trade, environment, development triangle of Europe Jacques Delors, with Pascal Lamy, myself, and a young lady, Claudia Azevedo, who unfortunately could not be with us and is listening to us from Brussels. And I take this opportunity to thank her very much.
If I may come in very quickly, Colette, just for 2 points. First, CBAM is an expression of CBDR. It is because we take our responsibility and we do more quickly that we have to introduce a carbon border adjustment mechanism. Otherwise, if we put requirements on our industries to decarbonize much more quickly than the rest of the world, which we're doing, if we don't take such a measure, we would see emissions going to the rest of the world. We would export our pollution to the rest of the world through carbon leakage. That's what we don't want. We don't want to have the rest of the world saddled with our emissions that would go there. So that's why CBAM for us is CBDR. Secondly, I fully agree with Avinash. We're not after a carbon price. We are after carbon pricing. And the pricing should be adapted to the economic situation and level of development of each jurisdiction. That's also why we have a little bit of a problem with what is emerging from the WTO in terms of fixing prices for groups of countries. We don't believe that could work. We really want to see a generalization of carbon pricing through domestic compliance markets, as we have in the EU with an ETS. And this is mainly directed towards the major emitters. You know, G20 countries represent 80% of CO2 emissions. If the G20 were introducing an emission trading system, it would radically reduce emissions and it would generate so many revenues. You know that in the ETS of the EU, over the last 10 years, it has generated 175 billion euros in 10 years and reduced emissions in the sectors concerned by 37.5%. Imagine if the whole G20 were doing this, not with one price, but adapted to the level of development of each country concerned, then actually this would generate so much possibilities to help the global south in developing and in responding to all the requirements that are coming to them for green trade, because our consumers want to buy green products and our markets will always be open for the imports of green products, green services and clean technologies.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that the panel has said it well, but I just wanted to bring in 2 points. When you talked about the technicalities, I mean, just put yourself in the shoes of our regional bodies that are trying to negotiate, either at a regional level or at a country level. We are still grasping with even just how to look at our contributions under the Paris peace agreement. And just imagine if you're now looking at carbon tax and determining that and what the contributions are, so that you're able to come and negotiate for what we're saying here. This is what the negotiators from the South need to be pushing at these forums. But we find the capacities weak. And in the last decade, we have worked a lot with the regional bodies like the East African Community just to try and increase their capacities to grasp the issues, but also to negotiate better. But the second one I would like to bring is the issue of sanctions. I think the language that you're bringing in, if we could get more of this, either naming and shaming or rating, and these finances actually finding their way, these penalties finding their way into either a fund that is going to actually help developing countries to transition, I think would have a shift in the conversation. And it would actually make a lot of difference. So this is the kind of narrative and conversation we need to be having. But unfortunately for us in the South, I think we still need to do a lot to develop the capacities. Because when I hear Kut speaking about, say, CBAM, the narrative I've been hearing, and yet I'm really working in spaces where I could make a big difference, it's a totally polarizing conversation. So I think the question for us is how then do we put in place either platforms or spaces where we hear your voice, and then we see how we can either respond or engage. Yeah.
Because he's smoother than the other people.
Well, I think there's some really rich comments from the panel. I would love to open it up to the audience, but I don't think we have the time. So anyone who has a question can come and speak to the panelists afterwards. But to end where Pascal started, I think this discussion shows why it is so important to bring together the triangle of trade, development, and the environment. And there's a lot of solutions that were brought to the table, but also I think still some points where additional work is needed on, what exactly would perhaps a global carbon pricing system look like? How can that best incorporate developing country concerns? What about the financial mechanisms, both in the private sector, but also the public funding schemes that need to be made available to better help developing countries engage in the transition? So I think a lot of good food for thought. I thank you all so much for joining us in this conversation. And this is not the end of the panel, but just the beginning of this conversation, of the intersection of those three elements. So thank you so very much, everyone. Thank you.
All right. I was told it's time to start. Welcome, everyone, and hello. It's a pleasure to have you all here at our event about 1.5 degrees, the future we want. My name is Milena Niehaus, and I'm part of the ITC team from the youth team. ITC is the International Trade Center, the specialized UN agency for really supporting small and medium-sized businesses. And we are here to really support and bring the voices of young and small and medium-sized businesses at the forefront. And really today is also the Youth Day at COP. So that's why we created this intergenerational panel today to really interact and get to know your insights from really the ground. So our panel today is composed of inspiring innovators. And let me start to introduce the panel here. So we have Federico Perez here in the middle. He was the founder and CEO of Servitas, a company focusing on land restoration and including indigenous and rural communities in Latin America. Also, he is the YE advisor in Colombia. When you don't know YE, YE is our community for young entrepreneurs, which is a global network around the world with more than 42,000 members. And we have chapters around the world, and Federico is leading one of those. So welcome. Then next to me, we have Mawuse. Mawuse is also revolutionized the Shia supply chain to empower rural women in West Africa with her business called Soma Life, and has been at the Youth Ecopreneur Awards as one of the finalists pitching for the best ideas. We are also joined here by Josefa Tauli, who serves as the youth advisor on climate change to the Secretary General and is voice for the indigenous youth and biodiversity. Welcome all. And then, last but not least, welcome to Bertrand Picard, who is the president of the Solar Impulse Foundation, an explorer and ambassador for clean technologies. Thank you all for coming. So later we will hear some keynotes and testimonials from Paula, from the Patrino, from the G20 Global Land Initiative, and from Mashur Hussein, our Youth Ecopreneur finalist in 2023. Welcome to you all, and thanks for being here. So here at COP, we are here, and we have extensively discussed all the problems we're having, all the challenges which we are facing, and repeatedly discussed those and highlighted this. And while this is very important to also move forward, I want to take a little bit different approach today and highlight a bit of like a visionary approach, using a bit of like a foresight methodology of thinking, okay, being a bit more positive on where do we want to go, what is the goal, what do we want to achieve, what type of positive future do we have in mind. So we are at this critical juncture, and it's also time to envision some positive thinking to actually know what steps are needed to then have also like the energy again to really do these. Because we talked a lot about things, but it's now really time to do them, to do the action. So today is really about highlighting actions which work and how to see how can they actually be scaled up or improved and like replicated throughout the world. So we're gonna do this exploration, and I will ask each of the panelists to explain what is their vision. But I also want to include you as the audience. So we created, let me switch on this. We created Mentimeter. Okay, it worked before. Thank you. Can you do it from the laptop maybe? Okay, perfect. So it's just, we want to collect a bit of your thoughts, all of you, on what is your vision for the future while we're listening to the panelists' visions, and then we can talk about this jointly together. So maybe let's start and kick off this discussion today. And maybe let's start with Bertrand. Do you want to share with you your vision? We will also have a slide. You brought a picture, so maybe you can move forward to the picture.
Hello to everyone. I think I'm on the panel because I was young some times ago. And I can maybe tell you what inspired me and what brought me to do a flight around the world in a solar-powered airplane like it is shown here after the takeoff from Abu Dhabi. I spent my childhood with people who were explorers, environmentalists, divers, astronauts, and I always had this impression that nothing is impossible as soon as you change your way of saying the things. Because usually we tend to focus on what we know, what we control, what can be scientifically proven, what we have always done. So we're full of habits, of convictions, of beliefs. And all the people I was seeing had done exactly the opposite. My grandfather had made the first flight in the stratosphere because he never listened to the ones saying it was impossible. My father made the deepest dive, 11 kilometers down with a bathyscaphe in the Mariana Trench, at a time where all the official national navies were diving 300 meters. You know, and everybody thought you couldn't go deeper. And then when I wanted to fly around the world in a balloon, it was exactly the same. People told me, you're a beginner in ballooning, you have no idea, you will never succeed. And I did it. And then when I wanted to do the solar power flight around the world, people told me it's impossible because the sun doesn't give enough energy to have an airplane flying day and night. And changing the paradigm, changing the belief, changing the attitudes meant to have an airplane that could cope with the energy given by the sun. That means an airplane that was energy efficient. And this brings to why I'm here now. I'm not here to promote the stratosphere, the deepest trenches, or flying as a beautiful way of doing, but to show that when we change the paradigms, we can change the reality and we can change the future. And today, if we want to change the COP, we need to introduce much more about efficiency, about new narratives, about new way of thinking. But I think I don't want to anticipate over the next part of the panel, so I'll stop here.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Let's hear from the second panelist. Federico, do you want to go next? And before I'm trying again, yes. So for the audience, now it works. Maybe scan this QR code or go to menti.com and put the number 52436006 there. I leave this for a few seconds so you can all actually join. And as I said, we will also want to reflect on your visions after we heard here the panel, how this future will look like. So I see some people still scanning, so let me wait a few seconds before Federico goes. Perfect. All right, then over to you.
Okay, thanks, Milena. I appreciate the invitation of the International Trade Center, the YEC community, and all of the stakeholders at the Trade House. But really, that climate future looks ideal when you have people that are empathetic and they really think about their agency, what you can do in your environments, what can you do to other people. And that's how my story started. As a kid, growing up in Colombia, I went with my father in order to help the different indigenous communities and the local peoples. And when I was like 5, 6 years old, I had like kind of my first sense of agency. And that was really transforming. And throughout my lives, I really understood the real conditions of the people not only in my country, but in Latin America and emerging markets. And through that, it's how I started implementing it in the different activities. If I studied economics, I focused on development economics. If I worked at a venture capital fund, I really looked into social and environmental impact initiatives. And now as an entrepreneur, how we can not only restore ecosystems, but also help the people that live around them, and how you can tackle the problems from its roots. So if you want to tackle deforestation, you focus on the poverty and the economic insecurity. And in that way, you realize that by having that, not only it helps you lead the way, have a purpose, But also, when you start growing and becoming a climate leader, there's certain things that start popping up. So you could have sometimes ego, the hubris can really come up when you start having these positions of power and influence. However, the antidotes come into empathy and being humble. So that's is crucial, and I believe that's is essential to practice it and be able to realize it not only on us but also into others. And I hope the leaders of the world, the decision makers, can have this in mind and really be able to take us to this, because our choices matter more now than ever, and the decisions we make and the actions we take will determine whether nature, the economy, and society will break down or break through. But I'm confident we will choose to thrive.
Perfect. Thank you for giving these, bold, we need to be innovative and also make the choices now, right? Because this will be really important moving forward. And I see that the audience putting words into the Mentimeter. Please continue putting them in. So we have already great inputs there, but let me continue with Josefa. What is your take? How will your ideal future look like in the climate sense? How are indigenous people included? What's about the voices of youth? Where are we?
Yes, thank you. So I was thinking about this question and how I envision a future world. And actually, I think since it's Youth Day and it's, I'll just keep it light. I wanted to share a song, actually, that was written in our corner of the world. I don't sing very well, but but since music has played such an important role in building community in the Cordillera in the Philippines, where I am from, I just wanted to share it. It's in English. So this song is about the gift of indigenous knowledge and indigenous wisdom that's passed from generation to generation. Okay, here goes. Let's see. I know. The gift was nurtured through the times to be a guiding light. The gift was handed down the ages from the elders to the child. I learned to love my land of birth, the mountains and the trees. I learned the secrets of the earth, the sky, the wind, the seas. It taught me when to work the land and when to watch and wait, when to sow and when to reap and when to celebrate. I learned to share my time, my skill, my harvest, and my labor. I learned to give and to receive the caring of my neighbor. To give respect to nature, each creature has its space. To celebrate all cultures, each people has their ways. Walk lightly on the planet, this message must be heard. The gift of simple living we offer to the world. Okay.
Wow.
Anyway, just to explain, right? So things that gave me a lot of stage fright. But I wanted to share this because I think it puts beautifully like many aspects of what I strongly believe we need to transition in our economies. I think at its roots, we just need to remember that it is about community. It's about living simply, right? It's about celebrating diversity of people and nature. And it's recognizing that our life comes from the land, and so we must care for it. And it needs to be about being a good ancestor to the future generations. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for also being so brave. Really wonderful. And I think it's beautiful to share also the future and kind of like the innovation through art, right? I think we have seen some musicians also here at COP, and I feel like this is a wonderful method to actually came across give across the message. So thank you so much. So over to you, Mawusa. How does your future look like, climate friendly? How is it about women rights, the rural community? What is your vision?
Thank you, Melina, and thank you, Josefa, for that beautiful song. It's good to be here. Thanks for inviting me over all the way from Ghana. For me, when I think about the rural part of Ghana, it hits me hard. Almost 100% of smallholder farmers rely on rainfall for their crop production. And remember, these farmers are already struggling to make income from their farming activities. So with climate change contributing to farmers not knowing where the rainfall pattern will be this year, where to get affordable, improved seeds, and even how to even prepare their lands for the climate shocks, is further pushing many of these farmers to poverty. This year, my organization decided to conduct an impact assessment into our work. So we contacted 60 decibels. They are an impact assessment firm, to see how far we've gone with these farmers. And in the report they gave us, I think 4 weeks ago, it says that 7 out of 10 farmers we work with have all experienced climate shocks, and 72% of them said that the impact would have been severe had it not been our effort of digitizing their production and connecting them to fair markets, and even pre-financing their production. So this goes on to tell me that today, as I sit here, I should envision a day where government, development organizations like yourself, G20 Land Initiative, traditional banks, development financial institutions will pool resources together to decentralize conservation skills to smallholder farmers, especially women, to lead their own change, okay? So that we get to that day where farmers themselves are able to turn these climate crisis into climate adaptation business, especially for women who lead on climate adaptation, because when it comes to my region, they're the ones looking for water for the family. They're the ones going to look for firewood to fix dinner for the family. So they are good leaders when it comes to climate adaptation business. So we need to be able to empower these people so that we get to that day where smallholder farmers will no longer need anyone or be at the mercy of anyone. They'll be able to take care of their basic needs by themselves, afford good meals, good education for their children, and go to bed with no worries of where their next meal will come from. And I believe this is possible if only we pull resources together and work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Also very powerful. So we heard actually from innovative, be bold, try out something new, to really decentralize efforts, empower local farmers, be innovative, also call on like the different institution, governments who are there, banks, and also respect like indigenous, the nature, because we are all coming from the nature, right? Let's have a quick look at also what the audience has shared with us and to what extent you guys can actually relate to it. I need to go this way. So it says innovative. I think we heard some examples on this, and we will now dive into good practices you guys all have started and scaled. Bold, definitely we can resonate that. Bertrand also shared you need to be bold actually to make a difference, right? And challenging, yeah, definitely. I think there will be not a change if we don't challenge ourselves and be bold in making this difference. So thank you so much for also sharing these kind of like more innovative ideas of what the future can look like. We would now turn into more the actionable part of it. So my question to you would be, how do we get there now to this vision of like being bold, being innovative, having decentralized approaches, and all of this? There's the sparkling water coming. So yes, so we had the great vision, and there's really a lot of potential. And I want now to take the time that you have the chance to explain to us what you have been doing already and how we actually get to your vision, and share the work you have been doing. So maybe, Josepha, do you want to start? After your beautiful song, how do we put this into practice and make your lyrics really a reality?
Sure. Sorry, I'll be reading from my phone just because I don't want to lose my train of thought. I lack some sleep today. But I think that to reach this vision, right, where there is, honestly, I just want a future where there is hope, right? We need to ensure, I think we need to ensure that we don't forget the bigger picture. We need to make sure that our policies and our actions from local to global are really still addressing the root causes of the crisis that we're facing, and that we remember that what got us here won't really be taking us forward. So even as we continue to hear from everyone also on the concrete steps we're taking, we just need to not forget that we are still in a crisis that is driven by many challenges that I know is not the focus of today, but they are there in terms of systemic inequalities and power imbalances and human rights violations. But I think one thing I wanted to highlight is the work that young people in the biodiversity space, for example, have been doing to change narratives and ensuring that we stop the business as usual. So that's one thing that we've been doing. Another point is that when it comes to our economies, we need to move towards really recognizing and supporting indigenous people's customary sustainable use and our ways of life, and their self-determined local governance economies. And aside from that, I really support what you all said, that we need to truly value the work that small-scale producers, indigenous peoples, local communities are doing, because they're still being considered somehow unproductive despite them feeding 70% of the world's people, right? And providing multiple benefits to society, and they're doing all of this with less resources. So unless we continue to support them and empower them, we won't get to where we want. And I think the last point that I will bring is that we need to radically change our current carbon-intensive economic systems. It goes without saying that we need to ensure a just and equitable fossil fuel phase-out, which is a big part of what is being discussed here, and kind of move towards this world where we embody local sustainable use, live simply, like I said in my in the song that I shared, and to have this world that fits many different kinds of small worlds. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. And I just want to clarify, of course, there are a lot of challenges and we should not avoid them. Like, we really need to name them out for sure, especially all the human rights violations, the contradictory moments we have here, but also kind of like providing the scalable solutions we can do to change this and really bring the energy moving forward of like, okay, how do we make this happen? So thank you for also putting the voice of indigenous youth at the forefront, and sharing also how biodiversity is sometimes a bit less on the agenda, especially here with more with CO2 emissions, but as part, like, all comes together, right? So maybe Bertrand, do you want to share with us how do we get to your vision to be like bold from your story of your father and grandfather? What is your foundation doing? How can we really scale the solutions which are helpful for the future?
What I notice is that there is a tremendous amount of suffering on this planet. Indigenous people, youth is worried. You have poverty, you have inequality, you have victims of pollution. And it's not enough to obtain significant changes from the key decision makers. And we have 28 COPs because the 27 previous ones have been useless. Beside maybe Paris was the best one. Which means that we cannot continue to try the same way. We need to change the paradigm. We need to change the narrative. We need to change the beliefs. What has not worked today? What has not worked is the fact that the narrative was not appealing. You speak about the suffering, about the poverty, okay? And then you ask to oil producers to stop to produce oil, to rich countries to stop being rich, to industry to stop doing the industry, to politicians to do the opposite from what they want to do, and they don't take the risk because they won't be re-elected. So finally you ask to all the people in the room, 196 countries, things that they don't want to do. And then we're surprised because they don't accept and they resist. So we have to do it completely differently. I think the narrative of decarbonization by making an economical sacrifice due to a high cost and reducing growth, reducing mobility, reducing comfort to make maybe in 30 years the next generation more happy should be replaced by let's modernize our world today to stop being inefficient, stop wasting energy, wasting food, wasting natural resources in order to be more profitable, because if we are more efficient, we will be more profitable. There's a climate urgency, of course, because there is every minute more CO2 in the atmosphere, but there is an economic imperative also because every minute money is lost. And people get poorer. And the people making profit are making less profit. So finally, if you modernize by making the world more efficient with all the solutions that exist, decarbonization will become the consequence of the modernization. But it will be an appealing way to do it, an attractive way to do it, because you have no resistance if you want to modernize, if you want to be more efficient, if you want to help the industry to diversify into new business opportunities, into more profitable actions. It will reduce poverty. It will reduce pollution. And even for the people who don't believe in climate change, it will be logical as much as ecological to take this path of modernization and efficiency. So this narrative is possible because the solutions exist today, although they did not exist a few decades ago. And at the Solar Impulse Foundation, we have identified more than 1,600 of them in every field. And it can be processes, devices, products, materials, systems. And they just allow to diversify the industry into something cleaner, more efficient, more profitable. And if we change this narrative, I think there will be much less resistance because there will be no rational excuse to continue doing what doesn't work. It will bring people into a new way of thinking. You know why? Because they can earn more money, because they can have new business opportunities, because they can create more jobs, and the political world will also like it, and the industrial world will like it, and it's new investment opportunities for the financial world. And at the end, it will reduce all this suffering due to climate change, to inequalities, to pollution, and so on. But we'll reach the goal, but through another way that I believe it's much more powerful than what we've done in the past.
Indeed, COP28. I really like the statement and saying, yeah, it hasn't worked how it is right now. Can you give maybe one example before we move? What exactly do you think needs to be more efficient? If we go with the way of we need to modernize, it's still within kind of like our ecosystem of ongoing how we do trade, how we do actually entrepreneurship. So maybe in regards to fossil fuels, as this came up, is it in the sense we need to be more efficient in how we use fuel, or if you could...
You know, a thermal engine in a car needs 4 times more energy for the same number of kilometers than an electric motor. Just 4 times more. It's absolutely ridiculous. You have less than 27% efficiency with a thermal engine, and you have 97% efficiency with an electric motor. If you heat up or cool down your house, your building, with gas or oil, or even an electric radiator, it is 3 to 5 times more use of energy than with a heat pump with geothermia. And everything is like this. And the LED lamps, you still have people using LEDs who produce 95% of heat instead of light. Ridiculous, a yield of 5% with the normal bulb. With the LED, you have 95% of light and only 5% of waste. So everything is like this. So the solutions we've identified are solutions that manage to be more efficient in the use of energy, but also to go into circular economy by reusing the heat of the chimney of the factory, reusing the heat of data centers, taking the heat from the underground parkings, the subways to action at heat pumps. And all these things are business opportunities. Replacing what is polluting by what is protecting the environment is the biggest market opportunity of the century. And you will never have any unemployment in the world if you do that. But of course, the message to give to the youth is that they also have to go into the jobs of the future and not the jobs of the past, because there are not enough people to install heat pumps, to install solar panels, to renovate buildings. So if you want to be sure, as a young person, to have a job where you'll have never any unemployment and a good salary and you are useful for the world, go into these type of jobs. Don't hesitate.
Thank you for the advice, and I think, yeah, a good one, and I think the only pathway we can go if we want to keep this world as it is. So basically, really innovation using the technology we already have, but make it more permanent.
The one
right?
we already have and that we
Yeah.
have to make known, because people don't know about all that.
Yeah,
And you
or don't
speak
use it
to
too much. Yeah.
constructors of building, you speak to ministers of environment and energy, they have no idea about all that.
Yeah, so spreading also the message of which efficient technologies are there and they should be employed throughout. So I think you've made a really good pathway now to go to our youth entrepreneurs here, to our ecopreneurs. So is there anyone who wants to go first between you?
Yes.
Okay, Mauste, we are looking forward to hear your thoughts on this.
Thank you very much. So, you see, this whole issue with climate change, floods, think about all the negative effects we are experiencing now, concerns youth more because it's our future we are talking about. We are talking about trees going extinct, meaning one day the shea butter I am enjoying in my food and cosmetics will go extinct. So, what I think is one of the things we have to employ is to achieve a more greener and inclusive economy, is to invest in youth-led green businesses like ours, because we have the energy, but we don't have the resource. So having, like I mentioned, having governments, DFIs, traditional banks, private sector basically investing in youth-led businesses that are decentralizing conservation skills to smallholder farmers is one of the surest way to achieve the mitigation that we expect. When we started early in our conservation activity, we realized that farmers were naturally interested or enthused to conserve shade trees or trees in general. And when we probe further, why are you doing this? Why are you excited to do this? Because this is labor intensive. And you will hear farmers or women saying that we just want to make sure that one day our children can benefit from these same trees that we are making income from. So naturally, people are happy. However, when we later decided to tell them about the opportunity involved in probably earning carbon credits or being incentivized to do this while they wait for that fruit to actually grow, we saw a different level of enthusiasm. So that went on to testify that for climate adaptation activities or agroforestry in our case to work at scale, we need to incentivize farmers to do it. They are committed naturally, but then there is quick income in the discussion. If the quick income is not coming now, they are going to go back and secretly cut down these trees that we are asking them not to. So invest in youth-led organizations that are using or decentralizing conservation skills and incentivizing communities to do this at scale. Another thing that we need to prioritize is a grassroots approach to achieving this. You see, I've seen even in our case when we started, we were so enthusiastic, too much energy. We went on to get some seedlings from Ghana Forestry Commission, and we moved these seedlings about many kilometers to about 5 communities. And when we got there, the community members started murmuring. And we asked them, why are you talking among them yourselves? And they said that the seedlings we brought are not viable in their communities. So it was due to poor community engagement in our parts. We didn't know that these seedlings that we've used many liters of fuel to move to these communities are not even going to work. Aside from the fact that they mentioned taboos, they taboo those species, they also said that it competes with their other crops like soya beans and granite farming, or peanuts, you say. So we had to move them. If we had probably not listened to them, we would have given these seedlings to them, and by the time we come, they would die off. So prioritizing indigenous knowledge, like Sefa mentioned, and making sure that we listen to them because it's their land. They know what works and what doesn't work. We need to listen to them, let them lead the design of this climate initiative and implement them by themselves with our support or with our advanced knowledge in this case to make this scale, because that is the surest way. When you come to Ghana, there are many tree planting campaigns you see on the street, so many, but after a while, they come back to say they can't find the seedlings. They are dead. Why? Because nobody was consulted. They just bought it and they threw it on communities. No, you won't. It doesn't work like that. You need them to do it themselves and tell you what works in their community. Their soil is not the same. It could be anything. It doesn't work. They taboo it. It's a religious thing. They taboo. You can't stop that. So that's why we are taking that difficult approach of decentralizing or sustainability practice, which is very expensive. I won't lie to you. Getting communities, training them, investing in initial training, M&E, is intensive, capitally and even energy-wise. It's not an easy journey to go on, but we are happy that at least when we learned the lessons and now we are seeing the turnaround, I mean, we made some changes. We've seen the women. The survival rate of the seedlings we've raised is just great. So when we do these things, I'm sure that we will achieve these, the green and inclusive economy that we envision much faster than we should. Thank you.
So we already heard now women-led, youth-led, taking the community approach, taking the existing technologies to actually improve the efficiency. Federico, what can you add? What would you say? How do we get to your vision for the future?
And I think the perfect way of adding to all of it is how you can include society, nature, and the economy. And as first I talked about emotions or empathy, and now I can bring a mental framework and how you can bring about system thinking. Because if you think about all of those, they're all complex adaptive systems. And in a nutshell is that the whole is more than the sum of its parts. So when you think about, let's say, an ant colony, one ant can be behaving very randomly, but together they form a collective intelligence, and that's also how nature behaves, how our economies behave. And when you can really understand of the different externalities that are taken or are happening in our activities, then you can best recognize the different solutions that are needed, and also not only focus always on the solution. If you just focus on the problem, then you can either pivot and be able to get there. So, for example, at first, I was very focused in the market-based mechanisms as an entrepreneur. However, like understanding that even when you have the right partners, you can have the financing, you can have the network, but they have their limitations. So that's why I started working more with the public sector and being involved not only with advocacy but also with the public policies. How you can work together with, in my case, the Colombian government in order to create those policies that are going to enable some of the market-based mechanisms that are being enacted by the private sector. So I think when you have kind of a comprehensive, holistic view, think about the different externalities and the reinforcing feedback feedback loops that are happening within our actions, then you can really tackle this problem and be able to together.
Thank you. Maybe also to lie on this, what do you think as a perspective from youth? What support mechanisms actually do you need to really drive your initiatives, your businesses? How can the ecosystem actually support you? Very quickly, both of you.
Okay, I know this is already sounding like a cliche, but we need money. Sincerely, I know everybody says the same, but that's the truth. So when you hear people repeating the same thing, please listen, because it's really a problem. Like I mentioned, we have the energy, we have the determination, but that doesn't alone doesn't work. You need the money to actually implement these great ideas. This is about our future, and so when you are giving us money, be rest assured that we are going to put all the energy that we have. At least I can speak for myself and my team, all the energy to make sure that we are useful to our communities. Because in my case, we come from farming communities. We've lived with poor women. We're coming from poor background. So when we see this opportunity, we want to take it and change our narrative. So please invest in us. Please, I don't know if I should go down on my knees, but please do. Thank you.
Thanks.
I think when you build the enabling environment where entrepreneurs or copreneurs can thrive, then if you focus on the ESOs, entrepreneurship support organizations, and being able to understand what is needed in the specific context. In some markets, there might be already some of the money or the support, and some other ones might be the network. So it's I think very specific on the location. But I guess in my case, I was extremely benefited by the community of the International Trade Center, where I was able to connect and be able to go through different incubation acceleration process. And that really kickstarted my career. That's why I'm here. Otherwise, it would have been maybe a different case. So when you are able then to build the right business model and have all the incentives that might bring some international investors into the table, then you can start building that ecosystem and thrive as an entrepreneur.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I think it's important. Please listen. Let me repeat that. Let's listen to the youth, to those who also are actually doing the different businesses, doing the innovations. So just to underscore this. We're running a little bit behind time, but maybe one thing also again to the audience, what do you really think is necessary to do? So we are waiting again for your Mentimeter to put your thoughts in there so we can actually see it. Microphone? No. It's for the Mentimeter. So please put it in your phone just like before. And then Josefa, a quick one. Your role now, your new role with the Secretary General as the Youth Advisor for Climate. How do you think is actually the role of youth being considered? Do you feel like finally we heard youth involvement quite a lot at COP this year? Is it finally at the stage where people listen, like Mausa said, or where are we there? If you could just, in a short moment, reflect on this.
I think just as with many other things, there has been very significant progress, but there's also still so much to do, including for both indigenous peoples and young people. Like we know that there is starting to be significant recognition, but we also know that a lot of this could be tokenistic and could be, how do you say, not informed on what really meaningful participation means. And so there's still a lot to do in that regard. I think also in the same way for indigenous peoples, I think as we continue to recognize the key role that indigenous peoples play, we must also really listen to the concerns that they're bringing from their lands, from our lands, because only then can we really embody what we are talking about here in these discussions on what a just transition really means, and what real solutions are. Because if the solutions that we're coming up with here do not are harm biodiversity and harm indigenous peoples, then they are not solutions. That's what I think. Yeah.
Thanks. And Bertrand, to you, what would you advise? You already said we can go to the green jobs. Is there anything, being already so active in many years in the innovation space, what you could advise young people to really accelerate this process now and have a way forward?
I would like young people to scream solutions, solutions, solutions instead of problems, problems, problems. And in the green activism, there is too much about the problems. There is too much about anxiety. And finally, if you are in problems and anxiety, you think there is nothing to do. We should inverse the system. The youth today has a huge power, but to be heard, they need action, they need to scream solutions, they need to do into the new jobs, to go into what is really useful, to use the social media, to use the communities, no, but all the time to give positive messages that would create a consensus and not to frighten everybody, making think the problem is so big that it can never be solved.
To still try to be positive and have a vision of change. So you actually gave me a very, very good transaction moment, because I'm here with Paula from G20 Global Land Initiative, and I told that Mawusa was part of our Youth Ecopreneur Awards this year in 2023. That's exactly something where we really want to highlight successful youth in the green sector who have been great solutions and just kind of like need support to scale up finances, but also kind of like mentorship and coaching to reach where you want to be to make the world a bit greener space. And for this COP, we actually launched now a new program to really scale the awards to reach more young people. So instead of just having instead of having an award, we will have it as a whole program. So actually with a boot camp, with an accelerator to provide kind of like this ecosystem strengthening, to provide finances, mentorship and coaching in partnership with quite a lot of also private sectors like WIPO, because we also realized that IP is quite a success, or quite an important element which is often overlooked in the entrepreneurship route, or especially for youth, because often you think it's dry, it's not important for you. So there we got support, and also on the legal side to really get additional insights. And the same is with Google to get this contact to also investors, to pitch towards investors. And I give now the floor to Paula to speak a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Milena. Yes, this is working. Thank you very much for the kind introduction and for inviting me to this very excited event. It was really fantastic to hear all of your insights about how you see the future and more concrete actions about how we can take this forward. My name is Paula Padrino, and I work at the G20 Global Land Initiative, as Milena was mentioning. And today I'm here to convey one very important message. It is a very simple one, but it is a very important one. And that is that land is a land of opportunities. Land is a pillar of life, and it is key for the future of our planet. Now, this might seem as a very simple message, and a message that we already know. But you will be surprised to know that land keeps being degraded at a faster pace every single year. Countries have made commitments at the international level. They have pledged to restore 1 billion hectares of land by 2030. Although there has been some progress being made, we are still far away from achieving this target. And what is worse is that we are degrading more and more land every year. A UNCTAD report reveals that since 2015, we have degraded more than 100 million hectares of land per year. If we continue with this business as usual, we will have to restore between 1.5 and 5 billion hectares of land by 2030. Now, at the G20 Global Land Initiative, it was established by the Saudi Arabia Presidency in 2020. And our main goal is to raise awareness and refocus the global attention to land. Now, this doesn't mean that we are trying to shift away the focus from climate action, but actually land and climate change go hand in hand. We are actively engaging with NGOs, with governments, with indigenous communities, but also with private sector, because it is very important to involve companies and private sector into this conversation. For example, we are trying to promote national legislations which are protecting land, but also forbidding from destroying land as well. We are also trying to create a generation restoration. So within the next few years, we hope to reach out to 1 million students in universities and schools. For instance, every playground in the school can have its own nature lab. So right now we have chemistry labs and we have physics labs. So why don't we have a little corner in the playground where students can learn about land, about water, about temperatures, about the changing of seasons. And this leads me to more actively how we are engaging the youth and how we are trying to shift the narratives, as Bertrand was saying. We are trying to support 10,000 ecopreneurs that are working in land restoration by 2040. Now, how are we doing that? So this year, we, as Milena mentioned, we partner with ITC and with Google and with WIPO into developing these Youth Ecopreneur Awards, and we created a small category on land restorations. They were very supportive in adapting this award and having us with them. The idea is that we want to prove that investing in land restoration is a financiable, profitable opportunity. It makes sense to invest in land, and that it is possible to make business while at the same time protect our ecosystems and contribute to land restoration and a healthy environment. Now, within a couple of weeks of having the award, we received many applications from young entrepreneurs from all around the world who are working on the land. So this is a clear example of how there are many people out there, many youths who are already doing great work, and we want to scale this up. I'm very happy and very proud to be giving these closing remarks together with Masroor, which was the winner of our land restoration category. And he is very inspiring. He will explain more about his story. But we have many more stories to tell. And so that's why we are very excited to be partnering with ITC and scale up these Youth Ecopreneur Awards, to take it to the next level. Not just to have an award, but to have a whole program where we can reach 2,000 ecopreneurs in the next 5 years. But this is just the beginning. Our aims are much higher, not just 2,000. And we have a common vision. We want to make sure that these youth ecopreneurs are trained, are empowered, because they're the future leaders that will shape and prioritize environmental stewardship. And that's what we plan to do. Now, I want to very briefly mention a couple of points that were mentioned in the panel. So, Milena, you were asking, what is the ideal future? What the ideal future would look like? And I would like to point that out. As the G20 Global Land Initiative, for us, the ideal future would be that we have effective, sustainable land management. What does that mean? That we stop degrading land. So that's point number one. Point number two would be to create a land restoration industry. So the land that already has been degraded, that we restore it. And we are doing this, we're proving this through the examples of young ecopreneurs who are proving that investing in land and having businesses on how to take care of the lands can be a business. So with these 2 points, I think I'd like to close. But I hope that not only in this event, not only at COP, when you're discussing about how you see the future, how do we tackle climate change, you also think about land. And with that, yeah, it is our land, it is our future, and it is a land of opportunities. So thank you.
Thank you, Paula. And I really hope also Bertrand is thinking this is one of the actionable things we can actually do to scale up, things that work, things that actually are proven. So I saw a lot of you already scanned the QR code, but the QR code is really to get to the call of interest. We're going to launch the call for application next year in February, and we will all send you the information. So please sign up, and we really want to reach as many youth as possible around the globe. It will be a global program, but let me hand over to Masroor to speak about his experience, how it has impacted his business. Over to you.
Hi everyone, I'm Mashur Hussain. I'm from Bangladesh, and I was the participant in the Youth Entrepreneurship Award this year. And luckily, happened to be the fact we got that award, for a startup. So back in my country, in Bangladesh, I run a company named iPage, which is actually an agricultural information tech startup. So we provide actionable information to the smallholder farmer, and we help them to become more. We help them to become producing more in a more climate smart approach, and then eventually we connect them with the ecosystem actors like the banks, the buyers, the carbon markets. So we are in the business of agricultural data and leveraging the data to connect the farmer with the ecosystem actors. So we are talking about the youths, and we are talking about the climate change and how we can address that issue. So in that note, I want to make a very bold statement, which is simply, if we want to really make a real change in the fight of in the battle of climate change, we actually need an army of ecopreneurs, of young entrepreneurs, to make that happen, and to have that kind of coordinated approach. We need empowerment. We need platforms to provide strength to the ecopreneurs, and that is where the Entrepreneurship Awards is coming from. And I'm gonna shed a bit of light on how the Entrepreneurship Award has supported my organization into becoming more effective, more connected, and making real-time change. So first of all, as an entrepreneur, we all need three important things. Number one, the exposure, credibility, and partnership to grow. So these are the three things that we have received through the Entrepreneurship Award. Now, if I shed more on that, number one, we got the networking opportunity through the Entrepreneurship Award participation from the award winning with a diverse level of stakeholders, from the UN to the scientific research organizations like C4ECRAFT. They're all there. And that kind of partnership or networking, that helps the entrepreneurs like us to know more, learn more, connect more, and engage more for what we are doing. This is amazing. For example, this year we got the chance to participate in the UNGA 7th, 8th session, where we had the chance to uphold our voice regarding the challenges we are facing and the opportunities to overcome those challenges and eventually contributing to what we're doing. This is amazing. Also, the Entrepreneurship Award and the platform like that give us access to various organizations, enabling organizations. For example, of course, the UNCTAD. For example, with the Global Land Restoration Initiative, we were selected to go to a program in Kenya this year, where we got connected with various other scientific organizations, including the C4ECRAFT, and we found that there are innovations around the world which could eventually be plugged in with our solution and bring more value to the farmer. And we have been pursuing that kind of partnership through the GLI teams. We were also able to get into a partnership with the WIPO, and oftentimes we see that the young entrepreneurs like us, we are mostly focused on the work we're doing, while we do not care about the protection of our innovation. And that's where WIPO came in, and with their support, interestingly, we were able to grab the attention of our government's concerned department and processed 5 IP applications that were taking more than a year previously without that kind of connection. This is amazing. Also, in that process, we got to be partnering with leading US-based legal firm like Sidley, Austin, and with that support, we have more compliance, we have more legislative awareness within our company, which is not only helping us to expand more, but also we are grabbing the attention of the investors and ecosystem actors, because now they're identifying our company as more competitive and complying to be invested and supported. And lastly, I must say that we are also getting support from the Google Startup for Sustainable Development, and they are giving us the platform and enabling us to measure our impact in more quantifiable manner, which is definitely very important. So talking about the future we want to have from the perspective we have been discussing, I would say that with all the support from awards and access like Entrepreneurship Award and the EA community, together we actually need to have an inclusive and co-creative initiatives so that we can really make change for the communities we thrive for the people we work for, and that is where we need to come all together to make a common and joint stride. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We are coming to the end of our session, but I want to give the opportunity to the audience to ask one question, if there's any, to the panelists. So, do you have one question? Otherwise, we can also wrap up in time, and I think everyone is happy. So thank you so much for being here and sharing all your inspirational stories, really pushing us as well to go back to the innovation, to look at already what is there and empower the youth. So thank you so much. Have a good remaining COP.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Trade House in our pavilion, shared pavilion with WTO and UNCTAD and ICC. Real privilege to have you join us for the launch of a new ITC tool, the Green Performance Toolkit, which I have to say we also have to thank our colleagues who are here from the United States, who provided some seed funding for us to be able to develop and design this tool. So we're very happy to have you on the panel today. Just to introduce myself, I'm Fiona Shearer. I'm the Director for Sustainable and Inclusive Trade at the International Trade Center. For those of you who don't know the International Trade Center, we're very focused, we're the principal UN organization that focuses on small business development. And amongst the range of things we do, we produce global public goods and different platforms that support sustainable trade. And this Green Performance Toolkit is going to be an addition to our very wide portfolio of other tools. We also do a lot of work at the country level, and we work with business support organizations, and we have an example here with Ernest's organization. And we do a whole range of different areas of work to support sustainable and inclusive trade. So, thank you again for coming. Just before I introduce the panel, and just to let you know the run of the day, we are actually going to have a short presentation on the tool by Anna, who is the one of the designers and architects of the tool, to give you a bit more information. Then we'll have some discussion, and if there's time and we have questions from the audience, we'll give a bit of space for that as well. And then I will try and wrap up. I just wanted to take a step back before the presentation on the tool to just put this issue in context before I introduce you to the panel. I've noticed over the last few days that one of the issues that's been talked a lot is about data. The absence of data, the absence of information around the problems that small businesses are facing in terms of understanding what the challenge is about becoming more climate smart. So this message has been heard very much in the discussions that we've had with businesses as we've worked with them. And the Green Performance Toolkit is to some extent a response to that call for data. So what it aims to do is to provide a benchmark of performance in areas like waste management, water management, efficiency, resource management in general. It provides a framework for businesses to help to understand where they are, what they can do better, and also to provide a basis to be able to provide data and information that gives them a credible story in terms of their climate footprint and how effective they are. This is a tool that is free also and available in many languages, and I know that Anna's going to go into more details, but it's something that is very scalable and very usable. And that is, from the many things that I have heard over the last days, that it is very unusual to have something that is so tailored for small businesses and so user-friendly. So I really have to commend my team for coming up with something really innovative and relevant. And Anna will give you much more detail. But what we're going to do in our conversation is begin to talk a bit more about these tools and how useful they are. And let me take a moment to introduce our panel. So to my far right, I have Bama. Bama is from the USAID and is a leading expert in gender and in labor, and is also on many boards that are also focused on just labor and issues around standards. So we're very happy to have you here, and we want to thank you again for the support that the US has provided to make this occasion happen, and it's a great occasion to launch at COP. I then have to my Abed, who is one of our ecopreneurs from Egypt. Very glad to have you here. He is running a business that is doing some very innovative work, and I'm sure you're going to tell us more about recycling coffee grinds to turn into products for agribusiness. So a real example of circular economy in a very innovative way. We then have Ernest. Ernest is running a business support organization in Kenya that's focused on, and a key partner for us, one of our Green to Compete hubs that do a lot of work on providing support for businesses around sustainability and helping them to improve their approach on climate smart business. Ernest, I'm very impressed with the stories we've been hearing about the work that your organization does in innovation and supporting innovation in new startups, which we just had a session earlier today on ecopreneurs and a lot of the innovative work that's being done. So I think supporting startups and supporting innovation in the climate space is certainly something we need to do more of. And then directly to my right, there is Vamsi, who is an investment specialist and who's going to give us very much a perspective from climate finance and what the opportunities are and how we can harness that around innovation. So thank you to the panel. We'll come back to you in a few minutes. You can now relax and enjoy Anna's presentation on the Green Performance Toolkit. Over to you, Anna.
Thank you, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. As mentioned by Fiona, this is a very weighted occasion that is the outcome of the work of several colleagues and also several partners on the ground. This is a tool that, yes, it has been developed by ITC, but not alone. It has been developed for small businesses and in co-creation with them, because we believe without involving our key partners on the ground, it's not possible to achieve solutions that speak to the reality of our key stakeholders. And today, we are launching a tool that aims to bridge a gap. Fiona has started to mention, to talk about this gap, which is, it sounds quite simple, because I think we can agree we all have access to sheets, to data sets, but it's not that simple, and it can really be impactful for businesses and individuals. And behind every SME, you have a group of people. So we are talking about a tool that has been developed thinking of bridging the gap of data collection systems, data management systems, and also how to make sense of your data, because data is power, and with a reliable and trustworthy data collection tools, SMEs, they can also enhance their performance, not only talking about competitiveness, but also their environmental performance. And that's the first step to take climate action. And when thinking of this tool, we also reflected on our experience over the past years in implementing coaching programs for small businesses in several countries, several developing countries, on topics related to resource efficiency and circularity. And from most of those stakeholders, we can agree that data is one of the key challenges they face. And we're talking about how to collect data, how to measure data, how to analyze data, and also how to use data with your stakeholders and your partners. And those could be suppliers, it could be regulators, it can also be your clients. And being one of the top 3 challenges for SMEs, that has been for us the main motivation of developing this tool. And with that tool, companies can actually start a journey to establish baselines, benchmarks, improvement measures. And that can be used in several ways. because data can also be flexible. So they can use to create ESG reports. They can use to start tracking their own performance over time. And with that, also doing, making and taking informed business decisions. And one aspect also that Fiona already mentioned, and I will also stress, is how we have developed the tool. And I think it's important giving this preamble about the tool, because then it becomes very organic, understanding what are the key features of it and how can companies use. And one of the challenges as well when developing the tool that we have identified, yes, it's true, there are several tools out there. So there are several options, and navigating those options is actually challenging. But there's very few tools that are developed thinking on the downstream side. So thinking of businesses, cooperatives, and actually listening to them and incorporating their feedback when developing the tool. And that's the approach we have followed. Several versions of the tool have been piloted in 5 countries, in St. Lucia, in Kenya, in Bangladesh, in Egypt, in Ghana, in 2 main sectors, agri-food processing and textiles apparel. And that's why we say they are our key partners, because we have listened to them to have the result that we have today, and we are presenting to all of you. And with that background, then I'll go to the real content of the tool, which is mainly providing an overview of what the tool offers to small businesses and how it can be connected to their climate action journey. So the tool really aims to focus on the mitigation side of climate action. So it's really looking into how to improve resource efficiency, how to identify gaps in terms of energy consumption, energy use, and also how they manage waste. And it covers 8 environmental performance areas, from environmental management system, energy, water, waste, wastewater, air emissions, GHG emissions, chemicals, and soil. And these 2 are distributed into qualitative and quantitative assessments. So for all of them, they are qualitative assessments, and for half of them, there are quantitative assessments. And it has been developed by ITC together with the SMEs, with financing from USAID. It's designed not only for small businesses, but also for the ecosystems of actors that support the private sector in developing countries. They can use it in several ways in their projects, also to build baselines with clients. And also, it's very interesting for individual consultants. And all of them, including financial institutions, I know we're going to hear a bit how this kind of tools can support companies to build ESG reports, but also like to go through screening processes to get access to finance, climate finance. And for businesses especially, they can benefit from several ways by using the tool. And also important, because I keep saying businesses, but we know within businesses, you also have different kinds of businesses. You have micro businesses, you have individual entrepreneurs, you have small, medium, you can have cooperatives. And we also went into this level of detail to think how companies can cater the tool to their needs. And that's why the options and the ways companies can use the tool is also quite diverse. It can go from obtaining a high-level view of their business environmental stewardship to actually getting very detailed reports. And I'll show you an example instead of speaking over it. Detailed reports of how they perform over time regarding those 8 environmental areas that I have showed to you. So the idea is that the tool can be embedded by the company and they can use it over time. So they set a baseline, they can also set targets and benchmarks, and over time they can see how they progress. And also interesting is It provides analysis, but it also helps them to think of improvement areas that they can implement to address those identified gaps. I'm looking into the time, and I think I should be wrapping up. And I haven't covered all the features, but that's also an invitation for you to access the tool. And I wanted to end my presentation by showing some testimonials of users of the tool. These are mainly our partners on the ground that have helped us to test and improve the tool. Overall, it has been quite positive and also promising, because this kind of tool is much needed also to support bridging the gap between evidence, climate action, and also market requirements and business opportunities that are aligned with climate action and also the green transition. I'll stop here, and I'll be available to answer any questions after the session also around the tool. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So if people have any specific questions or want more information, then please just reach out to Anna afterwards. Excuse me. So we've heard about the tool. Now let's maybe dig in a little bit more into thinking about this kind of approach and how it's useful. So Bama, if it would be okay, I will put my first question to you. What is the importance of providing tools like this, which provide a free, easy, and if we didn't make it very clear, this is completely free, it's on the internet, and it can be used by anyone, for businesses to track environmental goals over the years? And how can ecosystem enablers help scale up this solution within their networks of businesses and producers? So it'd be very good to get your perspective from the USAID, US government.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Fiona, and thanks to ITC for inviting me to join this session. Again, my name is Bama Athrea. I am a Deputy Assistant Administrator at the U.S. Agency for International Development. And one thing you didn't mention is that I've worked for many years with USAID's Trade and Regulatory Reform team, and also in my role now and previously across government on what we are doing to harness trade as a tool for development. And so, I think I'm, just in terms of representation on this panel, really as the government, person who's on this panel, thinking about this from a public policy perspective. How does this link to our agenda on trade as we sit here at COP28, as we set ambitious targets for a just transition, looking to shift our entire global economy to a blue and green economy? That's a very big proposition, and it requires an ecosystem of approaches. There is no one single approach that's going to make that shift. We're all going to make it together over time, and we're going to make it by ensuring that each actor in that ecosystem is doing a little bit. So as we think about our objective, and one of the objectives in our partnership with ITC, it is precisely that, to make sure we are using trade as a tool for development. As many of you may know, our trade policy is also really focused on using trade to promote environmental, promote and support the kind of environmental change that we need to see in the world as well. So bringing those things together, we're looking at this tool, which focuses on SMEs. And we know that SMEs are really critical for development. We know that they are very often like the major job creators in the kinds of developing economies where AID tends to be present. And we want those SMEs to be able to access and harness trade and to export. And in order to do that, as we shift to a blue and green economy, I mean, clearly they're going to have to be well positioned to be players in the blue and green economy. So how do SMEs get there? One by one individually, it's a tricky proposition. There are a lot of, and a growing number of products available for different sectors. I started off the day today at a really amazing event at the U.S. Center that was a pitch event for women who were climate entrepreneurs. And they're pitching a variety of solutions that would be really interesting for a variety of industries, including, a focus on SMEs. But how does an SME know which of these lovely products to use? I mean, here's where tools are so important. And this tool is such a simple one that it is a very simple contributor, again, to that broader ecosystem of solutions that we need by simply enabling SMEs to start to recognize where they have opportunities to advance and to change their practices and become more environmentally friendly. So taking a tool like this as a starting point, taking it in sectors such as those that Anna has mentioned, agri-food, textiles, that are export-facing sectors, becomes a competitive advantage, but not the tool itself. What the tool does is it enables those businesses to then look around at some of these other solutions that are being created and say, yes, now that I've identified my problem, let me look over here at this innovation as a possible solution to the problem that I'm trying to fix. So, I mean, the tool, I think, can play a valuable role. Hopefully, ITC can also do more as a facilitator to help SMEs once they have identified some of the goals that they want to set to access the other types of products and resources that they might need. So I'll end on that for the moment, but thanks very much for the question.
Thanks very much. And I think it is really good to have that perspective from government and the role of an enabler, and that I'm sure as well in promoting these concepts and these ideas and making it more accessible in terms of global public goods to businesses across the world. So thank you again for the support. Moving now to a real entrepreneur. We'd love to hear a little more about your business as well. So maybe you could give us just a little introduction before you tackle the question. But I think my interest is maybe obvious. From your perspective as a small business, Cabmena maybe in particular, how are tools like this relevant, useful? What opportunities do they provide for you, both in terms of your business, but also maybe how you connect with others in terms of your credentials as a climate smart business?
Thanks for the question. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. My name is Abdurrahman Zaki. I'm a co-founder of Cabmena. Cabmena, in a nutshell, it's a waste management startup collecting the spent coffee ground, building a value chain for the spent coffee ground based on a serial economy model. To use it in many applications in agriculture specifically. We started with mushroom, so basically we use the spent coffee ground as a main soil to grow different types of mushroom because it has a big advantage for this. Other thing, we go for organic fertilizers, animal feeds, and we're still working on other products in agri sector to be able to get the advantage of the spent coffee ground and implement it on the agriculture sector and find the gap that we have in here in this. For us at Cabmena, so there's a basic challenge actually when we started the idea of this startup. It's about how we can use the spent coffee ground as a resource. It's a wasted resource and no one but use it. It's resource mobilization. That's what the motto for us. And to be able to work on something like this at the same time, to be able to make sure that you are following, that you're minimizing one of the things that we started to focus on this waste has a bad effect on the environment. So we have to take care of this and minimize the impact on the environment because the spent coffee ground, when it's wasted regularly, it causes external emission, increasing carbon and methane. And those one of the main causes for the global warming. So how can we contribute to this? By using the spent coffee ground and recycle it again. And this is one of the motives that we start focus on. And based on that, we start working on this, how we can do this through our journey, while we are working on our solution, providing the product that we are working on it. So this is one of the things that we start focus on. And to do this, we have followed so many things or many approaches to be able to prevent this or to be able to contribute this by using sustainable resourcing. So coffee ground is a natural resource. It's the waste of coffee coming from coffee chains. So we work on this. So what else we do? We use other material, like sometimes we need like plastic bags. So we start shifting to biodegradable to be able to make sure that our cycle is zero waste. No any wasting is happening through this. So this is one of the things that we start focus on and make sure that we are having like sustainable and no any kind of sourcing that is not efficient for the environment. So this is one of the things that we make sure that we have sustainable material during our production until we have the final product when we deliver to customer, like for example, the spent mushroom or the mushroom itself. One of the things that we made sure out of it was energy efficient operation. So our value chain is a bit long, and this is one of the challenges that we have in our business, that we collect spent coffee ground from coffee chains in daily basis. So we take it to our production unit. We do the cultivation process or the production process. It takes weeks to be able to have the final product, and then we deliver to the final consumer. So we need to make sure that we have our operation, it's facilitated. For example, I'm giving an example for this. So we collect the spent coffee ground in Cairo, specifically when we are operating in Egypt. So Cairo is a very crowded city. To be able to collect spent coffee ground efficient way, we need to use motorcycles instead of cars to be able to minimize the emission that comes of this. Then we thought still the motorcycle causes some of the emission. It's not like a zero friendly way to be able to collect. So we start going for motorcycles. So we got a fund last 2 years ago, and we implemented to how our fleet to collect the spent coffee ground electronic or electronic motorcycles. So this is one of the things that we made sure that we have energy efficient, that we don't, while we are using this, make sure that there is no any impact on the environment. Other thing that we use sometimes cooling system inside the production unit for the mushrooms to be able to have like specific temperature. So we start to make sure that we use it when we need it, not just any time, until we find another way to be able to replace it one of this. So this is one of the things that we use it to be able to make sure that we are using on the right way. One of the things that we approach it that we follow, it's waste reduction strategy. So I'm going to talk a specific product, the mushroom. So after we collect the spent coffee ground, we take it to mix it with other ingredients and put it in a bag. And big bag stay for 6 weeks. After 6 weeks, we have the mushroom. So after we harvest the mushroom, the bag still exists as it is. So this is the kind of waste that we have, and we didn't find a way to be able to recycle. So we invested in R&D to be able to make sure how we can recycle this kind of the spent mushroom soil. We found that have a nutrition that could be used for animal feeds. And based on that, we take this outcome to be able to develop a new product, actually a new revenue stream for us, the spent mushroom soil as animal feed to another type of customers or another type of revenue stream for us. So this is one of the things that we have used. Final thing is data-driven that use it. For someone came from country that in Egypt that if you are not a tech-enabled startup, data is not efficient for you. But this was the wrong idea that we got in the past. Actually, the toolkit actually is helping us to be able to use the data that we came from our production, from the coffee chain that we were working with them, to be able to implement this data, to be able to have a more efficient production. Not only that, actually we start getting this data to retrieve it back, like ESG reporting for our coffee chains partner, the impact reporting for them about the impact that they are doing to the environment for the community by giving us the spent coffee ground and how we recycle and give it back. So I believe the toolkit actually playing in this role, because at the past we thought that there is no way for this. We are maybe on the waste management without any technology. I don't have to build the technology or outsource. I don't have the resource to do this. But actually the toolkit work on this and actually supporting the startup like me to be able to do this. So
yeah,
this is one of the
it
ways
gives you a
to do.
benchmark to track your performance. It's interesting in the session that we had earlier with talking about youth entrepreneurs as well. They were talking about this idea also about climate smart practices and about changing the narrative around, stopping doing things to actually doing things in ways that improve efficiency. And by improving efficiency and finding ways to save energy through, reduce waste, like you say, making conscious decisions about the transport options, by improving efficiency, we are also becoming more climate smart, and it's a win-win. And I think that's a really interesting story to think about for businesses. This isn't a cost. I think there's a lot of concern often about introducing new approaches to businesses is a cost, but actually there is quite a win-win. It sounds like, I appreciate there are costs associated, but actually it's also saving money, and it's giving you credentials that I presume is also a benefit to you.
Exactly, it's just the small steps, but after that we work on the right way actually, and that's giving us the credibility, because we cannot say that we are eco-friendly startup, we do recycling, and at the same time our operation doesn't do this. So it should be from inside to be like the outside, to be able to transparent enough to be able to follow what we are doing and actually what we are saying. That's
Great.
what we are aiming for.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And I would also mention that the tool is also in Arabic, yeah?
Yeah, that's perfect.
So
people.
it is in 4 languages, is that right? Yeah, 4 languages that the tool is available. So let me move to Ernest. So from the perspective of business support organizations. So we've heard a lot about collection of data, that's often very challenging for small businesses. And we were in a workshop yesterday, and I think it was very interesting, the conversation that we had where we were talking about this very challenge of data collection. Small businesses struggle to collect data that's useful in terms of assessing their environmental performance. However, we also know it's empowering, and it can change the way businesses operate, the way they do business. So based on your experience as a business support organization, how can ecosystem enablers like your own support small businesses to address the data challenge?
Yeah, so thank you. Yeah, so as the saying goes, actually, knowledge is power, and knowledge is normally in the data that any SME collects. So based on our own experience, what we've learned is that most of the SMEs sometimes have very limited resources to actually go out and collect data. So resources, whether it's financial or capability. And also if they're collecting that data, sometimes it may not be high quality data that can inform any decision making. And some of them actually just don't have a culture of data collection. So as an organization, one of the things that then we try to do is to tell them that the culture of collecting data is vital to their scalability, climate action, and even to funding. And I'm sure as he will speak, if I have to go to a particular funder, he may ask me, show me your numbers. So if I've not been tracking what are my sales, who are my customers, how much have I sold, what have been my costs, do I have any inefficiencies within my operation, it becomes hard for any person to look at that business. Also looking at on the market side. So if an entrepreneur doesn't collect data about his prospects, his customers, he may not know how big is my market, for example. We always have this term we use, your beachhead market, that you want to conquer first. So how do you quantify that if you have not actually, for example, collected data? Then coming into internal operations, even for your own staff as an SME, do they have the necessary information to know in terms of, if, for example, I'm using energy, how much energy are we using? Are there ways we can save energy? Are there ways we can save on water? How much are we producing? Are we producing efficiently? How much, let's say, raw materials came in? Those raw materials, how much did they produce? Was there any waste in between there? So these are decisions that many of these enterprises then grapple with. So as a business support organization, one of the things that we can help them with is, one, to build their capacity in terms of how do you collect data. Telling them why it's good to collect data, why it's, and how to do it. You don't need very sophisticated tools. Like the tool you are launching today could be a good example. Or even if you have a simple tool, just like a normal Excel. You can actually use a simple Excel to collect data and analyze data, and it can give you some numbers. Then the second bit is also just to encourage them to go to open source tools that they could also use. So this way, then they're able to use, to reduce in terms of cost, because some of them have very limited resources. So if they're able to use some open source tools to help them collect and analyze data, that becomes also very critical. Then also building their capacity in terms of data analytics, because you see, it's one thing collecting that data, but also synthesizing that particular data, analyzing it, and making it a tool for decision making. So those are some of the things that then we do. And then also in terms of then also financing, because for us, data becomes also very crucial, because we work with a number of development partners. And at the end of the day, they would want to know, for example, how many SMEs did you support? Those SMEs, how many jobs did they create? So by also supporting them financially to maybe put basic tools, put together basic systems, also that helps in terms of enhancing data collection. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much. And I know as a Green Climate Hub, we were Green to Compete Hub. We are going to be working very closely with you in rolling out this and other tools. And in the world where requirements and regulations and value chains are demanding more and more data, information on standards, information on how businesses are complying, I think it can only become more important for us to work through the ecosystems and organizations like yours to help businesses to build out the information they have on their performance and their credibility so they can remain active and access new markets. So it seems incredible, as well as finance. So let's come to finance. Yeah, Vanzi, so you're based here and doing work around investment advisory work in infrastructure, I believe in particular, but kind of really interested in this issue around what kind of credentials are you looking for in terms of, say, ESG or other areas, and how does that impact eligibility for investment for small businesses?
Sure. First of all, thank you, Fiona and ITC, for this opportunity to represent my organization. We're known as the Global Green Growth Institute. We are an intergovernmental organization present over 48 countries across the Pacific Islands all the way to LATAM. And we do a lot of development support work in helping our member countries build climate resilience and develop their green growth agenda. And a big part of our work is not just developing strategy plans and documents, but actually mobilizing green investments. And one of the biggest, and that's where I work in, I'm part of the Green Investment Services Act practice, and I lead the Middle East and North Africa. One of the biggest areas of gaps that I find is there's no shortage of money for green investments, for good, solid, bankable projects, well-structured, scientifically backed with good data and then references. There is no shortage of money for those kind of activities. But the bulk of the time, especially with SMEs, is that they don't have the resources nor the the capacity to develop good bankable projects that is well drafted, scientifically backed with good data, and using the right tools to kind of build your projections, right? So if I'm building a revenue projection over the next 5 to 10 years, a financier looks at, okay, what's the data backing it? What kind of sources and tools you've used to kind of make those projections? Similarly, if you're showing some kind of operational improvements, we want to see examples or data to say, okay, on what basis would those projections arrive, right? So one way to kind of do that is rely on well open source data tools like the ITC tool that's been developed. It kind of gives you instant credibility on what kind of formulas have been used, what kind of data that's being collected. It kind of pretty much checks the box from a financier point of view on the credibility of that proposal. So one key area is having good data, scientifically backed tools that is referenced by other players and adequately backed by third-party providers as well. So I think one way in which the tool would definitely help is actually the fundraising process, developing good bankable projects. The second is on the measurement and the reporting side as well. Nowadays, you see a lot of credit-linked instruments, which is linked to how well you perform on the climate, on the resource efficiency side. So, for example, the Green Climate Fund has funded a number of development institutions and financial institutions, given pretty much concessional credit lines for financial institutions to on-lend to SMEs, right? And a big part of that is if the SME is able to show that they're kind of progressing on meeting some of the climate action goals or making their operations more resource friendly, reducing energy consumption, reducing water consumption or whatever waste and so on. If there's a way for you to track that and kind of present that kind of information in the right way, some of those covenants kick in terms of lowering your overall cost of credit, if that works. So again, having good data, backed by a solid organization like ITC that people can reference, it's going to be critical, especially for SMEs, right? So they're always short of money. It's always a cash game. They focus a lot more on building the product and building and running the operations. So they're always, I mean, hamstrung for cash. And in that kind of situations, you don't have the resources to go and source and gather large amounts of data and building your own tools. So having well-developed tools from credible organization helps a lot.
No, thanks very much. And I agree, and I think it's it'll be a very interesting area to explore now that we have the tool, we've tested it, about how we might be looking at how we connect with financial institutions and say how, this is a potential way of screening performance, but also screening improvements. So like you say, which may improve ratings, which may reduce the cost of credit over time, or which may unlock access to climate finance, which in the last days I've been here, I think the message has been so clear. Again, the Ecopreneur panel earlier, the youth panel, finance and getting it into the hands of small business is one of the biggest priorities. And I think we have to keep that in mind in a COP world, which tends to focus up here, that actually a lot of the needs and a lot of the innovation is coming down at the bottom, at the enterprise and the innovation level, and making sure we find ways to get funding down will be really important. We haven't got a great deal of time, so I'm gonna do another round, but I'm asking if you can maybe be quite quick fire this time, maybe just a minute or two response. So, Mama, I wanted to come back to you because you also work on many issues that are very close to my heart also, as well as working on sustainability. We work on inclusion in ITC, in my division. A lot around youth, a lot around women, and I know that this is something that you have also feel very passionate about. So I'm also interested in how we ensure that these kinds of tools and public goods that we create are inclusive. We often hear that women struggle maybe more to access, or so what kind of things do we need to think about to make these kinds of approaches inclusive?
It's so hard. You've just given me a minute. So, all right. So let me just thank you very much for the question. I always am glad to have us, bring the issues of social inclusion and exclusion into the room. And I'll just go back to where I started on the public policy front. What are the public policy nudges that we need? And to speak from a U.S. government perspective, one of the things I mentioned is that, in our approach to trade, into international trade, as a government, at present, we are seeing trade as a valuable tool to nudge toward improvements in terms of environmental standards. We also see trade as an important nudge towards social inclusion, and you can see that in some of the recent texts we've been negotiating, sort of bringing in gender and inclusion chapters for the first time. And it's because you can't just assume it will happen. We have seen the development of some really robust sectors in the blue and green economy, from clean energy to waste management to sustainable fisheries, and yet we don't see that they necessarily bring in gender equality, right? We don't necessarily see the needle moving on the very, unfortunate statistics on women's participation in economies as workers, as entrepreneurs. Those numbers have stayed static and even fallen a bit in the wake of the COVID pandemic crisis. So one of the things I would just say, just to wrap this quickly, is that we can't make assumptions. I agree with everything you said about this being an important tool that could potentially de-risk investments, potential investments, but we need to be sure that we are intentionally looking for women entrepreneurs, for entrepreneurs who are younger, who are from marginalized communities, because we're not going to just get there automatically just because we have good products. So I'll leave it on that.
No, I agree. And I think as we think and promote the tool as well, we have many networks in ITC. We have our Yay chapters. We have our She Trades. And I think they will be really valuable, valuable networks that we can tap into, because we do know also that women are often very, what's the word? They need to be, they need to have it shown that this is a valuable tool. Why should I invest my time? Why should I bother? So they also require they have often a different approach. And so we have a lot of experience, and I think it'll be really important as we roll it out to make sure that we do think about that in terms of how we promote the tool. Let me come to your 2 minutes. So if you're meeting another entrepreneur with a great idea, what would be your advice to them about why should they bother to think green and follow a green business model or a green business practices in thinking through what their business proposition and their value proposition might be?
Thanks for the question first. Actually, my answer for this would be based on what we have been through, the mistake that we have done through the business. So the journey of being an entrepreneur, it's not something that we learn in the school. It's something that you learn with experience. That's how we gain the mistakes, and we can modify it and make something better of this. So one of the things that I would advise any green entrepreneur, eco-entrepreneur, to integrate sustainability, not just something that we are doing, to put it in the core business, on the value, and in their mission. How they integrate this, the sustainability part of this is going to reflect on the company itself and the culture, how they deal with the things when it comes to sustainability and how do a sustainable business model and helping the environment or whatever they are doing. This is one of the things. Second thing is educating and involve your stakeholders. This is something that we learned. Actually, it was very interesting for us because one of the issues that we have faced that we just was collecting the spent coffee ground from coffee chains, and we didn't tell them what we are doing. So they just like a rubbish collector that's coming at the end of the day and take it. When they start to know what we are doing and know the importance of making the coffee clean, know any kind of waste, go with it, and that could make a contamination for this coffee ground, they understand that they start taking care of this and actually was making sure that we have the best quality of coffee ground and make sure that we deliver it on time. There's no something that could affect on this. So when they start involved and understand what we are doing, they start being interested. At the beginning, we were paying them money. When they find that we are doing is very something interesting, they start taking money from us. They giving us for free because they want to contribute and be part of our change, or our impact that we are doing. This is something that was really interesting for us, and we were okay that we could see a lot of money actually in the bus, if you know this a bit earlier. But this is something we learned through the experience. Third thing, if you want to do something good for the environment, for the community, collaborate. So we cannot do everything by ourselves. Being collaboration with other startups, other organizations is going to maximize the impact that you are doing to do. Yes, I can do something by myself, but if we collaborate with someone else, it's going to help me to maximize the impact and do something bigger. So that's what we are looking for at the end of the day, to have a bigger impact for the environment, for the community, for everyone around us. So that's something that we learned through the experience. So that's the advice.
No, and it's very interesting you say that, because again, one of our ecopreneurs was talking about some of the benefits they got from being part of the Ecopreneur Awards, and one of them was around partnership, collaboration, introducing to new networks, new opportunities, and exposure as well. And I think that is, very important, especially in this space, because there is so much innovation. That getting your approach, your idea out there, working with others to refine it is really important.
Exactly, we cannot do everything by ourselves. We just need some help sometimes.
Yeah.
So it's okay to ask for help.
Yeah, but it's also good to hear it makes good business sense to be green. Okay, Ernest, and from your perspective, why would a business support organization think green?
Yeah, I think as a business support organization, why we should think green is because, one, climate change for sure is a reality. And as everything that we do revolves around that, how we produce, how we consume, is actually that. So as an organization, we want to build enterprises that are, one, profitable. Yes, they're looking at the finance bit, but two, they're also sustainable. And also the last bit of it is that they're resilient in a way that they're able to withstand whether it's economic shocks, whether it's climate shocks or social shocks that will come within the operation. So we try and build that through various offerings, like how do we advise them in terms of building their business model, how they build their financial model, what type of products should they produce, these products actually geared towards climate action, who is the customer that they are looking at, embedding some human-centered design where they can see how it will solve those particular challenges. A good case is for Kenya, for example, which is purely an agricultural-driven economy. And we always joke that in Kenya, everything you touch is actually agriculture, because the seat you'll sit on, the food you will eat, the clothes you are wearing, the bag you are carrying, everything around that revolves around agriculture. So how do we think agriculture make it more sustainable, that we can actually produce more, meet the needs of the country, food security, health, and all that. So that's why we always encourage entrepreneurs that think green. And as you do your business, how do you ensure that it's actually green? So as you save water somewhere, actually somebody else will have water to use. As you save power, somebody will have power somewhere to use. The less emission you produce during your production, the cleaner the air that everybody else will consume. If you produce healthy food, reducing on chemicals, then it means that everything you produce is organic, so people have better health, longer lifespan. So that's one of the most of the reasons that we encourage most entrepreneurs to go green.
Yeah, and we hope that more and more business organizations like your own will also pick this up, because I think it is still quite a new area and a lot of learning. So again, this is another objective of the tool, is to try and roll it out with many of our business support organizations across the globe, so that they can also use and apply these ideas. So finally, you've kind of answered my second question already, which was about bottlenecks, and you talked a lot about it in terms of the lack of data and the business case and investment readiness. But maybe the big question for me that I would really be interested in your answer was the one I kind of hinted at, is how do we get more climate finance to small business? You know, what needs to change? What do we need to do differently? Whether that's, you know, in the finance world, or as you know, activists who want to see more money reaching, more of this climate finance reaching small businesses. What needs to happen? What needs to change?
Sure. I think the biggest challenge is, I mean, for a private sector to invest in climate action is the business case is not there yet. There are very few sectors where you have a strong business case. Renewables, energy efficiency is quite clear because you're relying on diesel power generators or something, and you could, the economics works out. But for all the other sectors, waste management, I'm sure the colleague knows, Abid will tell you that's quite challenging. It's tricky. The revenue model is not there. You don't get those certain revenue certainty there. So I think what needs to happen is you need to have a proper enabling environment that makes businesses viable to invest in climate action. If you take the example of renewables, the reason why renewables, I've been doing this from early 2000s, so almost 20 years. So when I started off my career, the renewables sector was very expensive, and it was only people were just, I mean, it was not large scale by then, right? So but what really changed is the government came in and they said they're going to offtake, they're going to provide you guaranteed offtake. Essentially, the government is going to buy renewables power for next 20 to 30 years at a fixed price that's also indexed to inflation, right? So that kind of gives you certainty of revenue for the next 30 years. For an expensive technology at that point in time. The other thing they did is they made that whatever, because renewables by its very nature is very infirm. It goes up and down. It's not stable like other revenues, other energy sources. The government took on that risk entirely. Essentially, they made those transmission and distribution companies, essentially where just transmitting all the power back and forth, to take on that risk. Essentially, they provided their entire technical incentive from the generators from taking on. For example, if I were a developer and I had to schedule power, I got to tell the utility every 1 hour what my generation is going to be. That's going to be an impossible task, right? So these two critical factors enable the growth in renewables, and that's immense. For other sectors, you need similar kind of incentives, both financial and non-financial, for things to happen. You can give as much money as you want, but if your revenue is not certain, and if you don't have consistency and certainty in the revenue source backed by a solid off-taker, it's very difficult to build any project. I think the key is having the right enabling environment.
Yeah, so market and predictability in terms of the market opportunity, which, yeah, it's a very important lesson, isn't it? And I think what we've heard from the panel today is that it's about so many things working together. The enabling environment, having kind of a good enabling policy. I think we have a responsibility as the UN and as international partners to be looking for ways to incentivize trade, sustainable development. And I do agree with you that trade can be a tool for development and inclusion, but you need to be intentional about it. You can't just expect it to happen. There needs to be something that comes behind that as well in terms of aid for trade and support and capacity building. So I think those enabling environments at the government level, having the right policy framework, and I think that is still a challenge in many countries. In renewables, maybe it's working, but maybe in waste management, in some of these areas, we actually need smarter policies to actually provide the market certainty, to provide the incentive to change. And then we need the innovators who make the business case, who show what's possible, and the business support organization to spread the word and build the capacity. So no problem. We've got it all here. We just need to do it a bit better. Yeah. So thank you. And I really enjoyed today because, again, the earlier session I thought was really powerful about this idea of changing the narrative about this, about why these are solutions to the future. The future doesn't need to be dark and gloomy when we talk about climate. It doesn't need to be about the bad things. There's a great deal of opportunity. And if we're more solution focused and look at the positives, then we really can have a climate friendly future. So thank you for joining us. Thank you to the audience. I'm very happy to see we still have some people here, and thank you for anyone who watches this online at a later point. And if anybody wants to know a little bit more about the tool, Anna is here. And thank you for attention. Enjoy your evening and the rest of COP.